Chapter 357. After this mission is over, I'll take you to the arsenal, Second Last said calmly. Jiang Shao was overjoyed. It's done. Since Second Last has agreed, Platinum Nostalgia and Platinum Dawn will definitely be far away. In fact, with Second Last's help, the quality of all his star techniques could be upgraded. Don't let anyone get close to me in the future. I'll step on the halo of nostalgia and kick you. Your star power and vitality will be reduced by half. The two of them once again sped through the dark green ocean. Jiang Shao suppressed the joy in his heart, while Second Last digested the information that she had just received. Just as the two of them were speechless along the way, Wendy's voice suddenly sounded from the invisible earphones. Commanding Officer Luan. Second Last put her hand beside her ear and pressed the invisible earphones. Call me Second Last. Wendy said, Commanding Officer Second Last, we found the holy ground in the Snow Mountain domain. May I know if we can destroy it? Upon hearing this, Second Last slowly stopped and said, You're the team leader. You don't have to seek my opinion on the mission. Wendy said, Commanding Officer Yao Feng said that I have to listen to your commands from the moment you contacted me. Second Last frowned slightly and said, Observe the surrounding environment and see if we can destroy the holy ground without suffering any casualties. Wendy's confident voice came from the invisible earpiece. Sure. Second Last raised her eyebrows. As a soldier, she liked such an answer. Second Last said, Destroy the holy ground immediately and return after confirming that the passage has been cut off. I'll wait for you at the entrance. Wendy said, Got it. Second Last said, Guardians, organize all the soldiers in the Snow Mountain domain to retreat. A soldier's voice sounded from the earphones. Reporting, Commanding Officer, there's only the mountain-shattering army and you two here. Mountain-shattering army? Jiang Shao blinked and thought, Take the mountain-shattering army? That's in line with their job description. Second Last turned to look at Jiang Shao and said, Let's go back. Jiang Shao listened to the conversation between the few of them and secretly guessed what kind of heroic figure the extremely confident Wendy was. Everyone knew that the holy ground was a place where the star beasts from the upper dimension flocked to the lower dimension. Needless to say, it was definitely filled with a large number of white mountain snow feathers, white mountain snow eagles, and white mountain snow ferrets. Yes, the third type of star beast in the Snow Mountain region is the white mountain snow ferret. It looks very cute, but it is actually very ferocious. They're very good at hiding themselves. They are very fast, appear alone, and have great destructive power. However, these creatures were very rare. If it wasn't for the fact that they were guarding the holy ground, it was almost impossible to see them. Back to the main topic, Wendy was actually so confident. Not only was he able to destroy the holy ground amidst this group of ferocious star beasts, but he was also confident that he could lead the team and escape unscathed. What kind of terrifying strength was this? While thinking about it, Jiang Shao turned around and ran back with Second Last. On the way back, the two of them saw a horrifying scene. In this endless dark green grassland, their field of vision was very wide, and the two of them could see very far. When they retraced their steps, they saw the few Baishan snow feathers that the two of them had slaughtered not long ago. Their corpses had all turned into skeletons. There were only white bones and fresh blood all over the ground. The corpses of the 6 strong horses had all been looted. Jiang Shao was secretly astonished. Under his strong suggestion, the two of them walked around the pile of corpses. Such a scene made Jiang Shao feel uneasy, as he was afraid that a white mountain snow ferret would emerge from the grass. As the terrain changed from grassland to a mountain, Jiang Shao began to worry about the vast sea of clouds above his head, fearing that a group of white mountain snow eagles would rush out. This place is too terrifying. In just a short while, all that was left of the corpses on the ground were bone shards, and anyone who saw it would feel creeped out. As soon as the two of them started climbing the mountain, the space in the Snow Mountain region suddenly vibrated. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. He had never seen such a terrifying scene before. The fog that was floating quietly in the sky suddenly stirred and turned into vortexes of different sizes. The ground beneath his feet trembled continuously and then cracked open. Pieces of rocks slid down from the mountain and almost hit Jiang Shao. Jiang Zhao's body was already swaying left and right. But to make matters worse, the ground was suddenly torn apart, as if the mountain had been split open by an invisible axe. Second Last picked Jiang Shao up and dodged the boulders that were rolling down from above. She seemed to have been mentally prepared for such a scene, and her expressionless face made Jiang Shao feel much more at ease. She put one arm around Jiang Zhao's waist and hurried up the mountain. Following the vague light in the fog, she successfully found the entrance of the dimension where the Guardians were located. The soldiers were also equipped with invisible earphones and were all prepared to deal with it. About 30 seconds later, the shaking mountain finally calmed down and the huge vortex formed by the fog in the sky slowly rotated. The scene was extremely magnificent. Then, Wendy's voice sounded in the invisible earphones. We've successfully destroyed the holy ground in the Snow Mountain domain. We're leading the team back to the campsite of the Guardians. Second Last said, well done. She then turned around and said to the guards, organize a team to evacuate this space. I'll welcome them here. The soldiers shouted, yes. Half an hour later, Jiang Shao saw a team of 10 people dressed in green camouflage uniforms that were tattered. Judging from the cracks in the camouflage uniforms, he could imagine the injuries they had suffered. However, they should have been healed by a medical awakened Star Warrior. Although their clothes were tattered, they were in excellent condition. Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up and his heart was filled with respect for them. It was precisely because of the existence of such a group of people that China could stand tall. These people had risked their lives and fought bitterly for the sake of peace and prosperity in this prosperous era. If Jiang Shao didn't come, he would be just like the ordinary people who wouldn't know how dangerous the Northwest battlefront was, nor would he know how many people were risking their lives for the sake of the safety of the country. The soldier leading the team should be the legendary Wen Di, right? To Jiang Zhao's surprise, he initially thought that Wen Di was a burly man, only to discover that he was slender and handsome. He was about 30 years old and 8 meters tall. He had a recurved bow slung over his shoulder, a quiver of arrows on his back, and a silver spear in his hand. His weapons and equipment made Wen Di look even more heroic and extraordinary. Second Last level was indeed high enough, and she was influential enough. She wanted to learn how to use a spear and learn how to use a bow and arrow, so the mountain-shattering army arranged for her to learn how to use a spear. Second Last sized Wen Di up and said, let's go. Everyone quickly retreated and walked into the layers of overlapping space, returning to Earth. With the destruction of the holy ground, the main connection between the upper dimension and the lower dimension was cut off, and the other dimensional channels could not be maintained stably either. They would gradually lose their connection, and the Snow Mountain domain would no longer produce any monster resources. With the closure of the last dimensional channel of the Snow Mountain domain, the Snow Mountain domain would disappear completely and no longer be connected to Earth. Second Last looked at the soldiers waiting outside and said, return to the camp. She then turned to look at Wen Di and said, ask your comrades to return to the camp. Come out alone and form a team with me. During the process of destroying the dimensional space, teach me how to use a spear and bow. Wen Di stood up straight and said with his chest puffed out, yes, Commander. Second Last said, call me Second Last. Let's go back to the camp with the team to collect the information and weapons. Let's go. While boarding the military vehicle, Jiang Shao took the opportunity to greet Wen Di. My name is Jiang Xiaopi. I'm a healer. Are you a melee fighter? Wen Di nodded at Jiang Shao in friendly manner. Second Last said, call him Nine-Tailed. He'll learn how to use a bow and arrow from you. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Why did you arrange Nine-Tailed for me? I have 9-star slots, and I have to be Nine-Tailed? Didn't I say that I like you? I want to be the leader. I want to be above you. Chapter 358. Half a month later, in the Snow Mountain region, a battle was in full swing. At the peak of the snow-capped mountain, where one could touch the sea of clouds with just a stretch of their hand, A huge figure wearing black camouflage clothing and holding a silver spear was engaged in a fierce battle with a white mountain snow eagle. When Dee held onto his spear and stood silently behind Second Last, his eyes full of awe. There was no doubt that Second Last was talented in sports. Every move she made was steady and on point. She advanced and retreated in a well-coordinated manner, attacking and defending at the same time. She was actually on par with Baishan Snow Eagle, who was of the gold quality. Of course, this was because she was using a spear. If she had used her bare hands or a dagger, the battle would have ended long ago. Half a month ago, when she rescued Jiang Shao, she tore Baishan Snow Eagle to shreds with a single blow. Second Last relied on her superb reflexes and amazing combat talents to force the gold-quality Baishan Snow Eagle to practice her skills. Whoosh, an arrow wrapped in dense astral power shot out and pierced through the white mountain snow eagle's wing. When Dee turned around, only to see Jiang Shao, who was also dressed in black camouflage. The dark red knight on his right arm was extremely eye-catching. Compared to Second Last, who was in the Starfall stage, when Dee was even more surprised and impressed by the Ninetales in the Nebula stage. This child is even more talented than Second Last. When Dee merely adjusted Jiang Zhao's posture once. From then on, Jiang Zhao's hand shape and movements were incredibly accurate every time he pulled the bow and shot an arrow. Jiang Shao was like a veteran who had been immersed in this skill for many years. He already had muscle memory. A simple pull of the bow was so accurate that it was pleasing to the eye. Sometimes, when Dee couldn't help but wonder if this kid had practiced archery before and was pretending to be an apprentice, Jiang Shao felt wronged. Ever since when Dee taught him the standard posture for archery, he had activated the basic skill, archery proficiency, in his internal star map. Once the relevant basic skill was activated, Jiang Shao would be considered to be on the right path. After half a month of hard training, his archery proficiency had already reached brass quality level 7. And under his conscious training, the proficiency level of this basic skill was still rising rapidly. Good. When Dee's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but praise softly. Jiang Shao quickly took out an arrow from the quiver on his back and shot it again. Recurve bow, bamboo, and wooden arrows. He pinched the tail of the arrow. He strung the tendon string. In the next moment, the pitch-black recurve bow was as round as the moon. Jiang Shao held his breath and stared at the faintly discernible white mountain snow eagle in the sky. Whoosh! The ordinary-looking bamboo arrow was mixed with strong star power. It streaked across the sky like a shooting star and tore apart the vast sea of clouds. Second Last, who was fighting with the white mountain snow eagle, raised her head and looked at the arrow that had pierced the white mountain snow eagle's abdomen. There seemed to be a tinge of admiration in her eyes. Under the boundless sea of clouds, the bow was like the moon, the arrow like the stars. She shouldn't be fighting here. She thought that she should be watching from the sidelines. It would be even better if she could pair it with a pot of wine. Just like when Dee, Second Last, only had one word to say about Jiang Zhao's archery skills, pleasing to the eye. However, Jiang Shao just felt that it was a pity. If only the green glow could cover the arrow. In that case, he would be able to shoot arrows with repelling attributes. Jiang Shao had no choice but to do so. However, the green glow would dissipate as soon as the arrow left his hand. Jiang Shao had no choice but to use star power to wrap the bamboo and wooden arrows in order to increase the strength of the arrows. He stared at the white mountain snow eagle that was gradually being frozen and finally knew why Second Last wanted the gold quality star technique, Frost Wind. Just like Wu Haoyang's Wind Series star technique, Second Last could easily repel the enemies with a wave of her spear. Unlike Wu Haoyang, who could simply repel the enemies, the wind that Second Last produced contained ice attributes that could harm and freeze the enemies. Second Last's understanding and use of her star techniques were truly amazing to Jiang Shao. She did not use her full strength to use the Frost Wind. She only used a trace of the Frost Wind every time she attacked. She used the weak wind to disrupt the enemy's formation and used the special ice attribute to constantly freeze the enemy. At this time, the White Mountain snow eagle, who was covered in frost, was starting to lose its strength. Its body was riddled with holes. It flapped its wings with all its might and sprinkled some ice crystals to the ground, making its last stand. Its body was already faintly discernible in the clouds, which made the scene even more beautiful. Unfortunately, the Demon King didn't care about whether the scene was beautiful or not. She stabbed the spear into the White Mountain snow eagle's wings and drew a semicircle in the air before throwing the White Mountain snow eagle onto the ground. She then stomped her foot hard. Rumble! Sparks flew everywhere, and the shock waves from the explosion surged. Silver Quality Star Technique Scorch. Jiang Shao shielded his eyes and hurriedly hid behind Wendy. Although it was only a Silver Quality Star Technique, Jiang Shao felt like he had seen a mushroom cloud when it was used by Second Last, who was in the Galaxy stage. Didn't we agree to practice? Why did he get angry while he was practicing? When the sparks dissipated, Jiang Shao peeked his head out from behind 1D and saw Second Last piercing the White Mountain snow eagle's head with her spear. Wow, that's impressive. Why did she explode at the slightest disagreement? 1D turned around and looked at Jiang Shao, who was behind him in exasperation and amusement. He felt that the demeanor of an expert that he had accumulated just now had vanished at this moment. It's time to go see Snowy Feather, Second Last said, after putting away the star bead. No wonder. It turns out that you're thinking about codfish, Jiang Shao muttered softly. Second Last had the star technique of perception. Although Jiang Shao was mumbling softly, she could hear him clearly. However, Second Last did not flare up. Instead, she followed Jiang Zhao's words and imagined the scene of grilled codfish. Wendy was a little bewildered. Second Last, who was collecting the star bead, suddenly got distracted, and he was at a loss for what to do. However, since the battle was already over, it didn't matter if she got distracted. Wendy said tentatively, "Then, shall we go and look for that White Mountain snow feather now?" Second Last snapped back to her senses and said, "Let's go." The snow feather that Second Last mentioned was the White Mountain snow feather that the three of them discovered in the holy ground 3 days ago. It had a round belly and was extremely large. They reckoned that it should have been pregnant before it was sent to the holy ground from the upper dimension. That was also the reason that the three of them did not destroy the holy ground under the snow mountain. When Second Last first discovered it, she was in a great mood, but she soon got a little worried because the pregnant White Mountain snow feather had started fighting with its own kind. Perhaps because it was pregnant, the White Mountain snow feather had a bad temper and was easily frightened. It was also resistant to all creatures that got close to it. As soon as they started fighting, all sorts of ice roars were thrown at them. In an instant, the White Mountain snow eagle fled in all directions and burrowed into the vast sea of clouds, while the White Mountain snow ferrets dug holes and burrowed into the ground to escape. Only groups of White Mountain snow feather were left fighting each other passionately. Fortunately, the White Mountain snow feather had a star technique like Heart of Nature, which gave it a strong resistance to the ice roars. Hence, the pregnant White Mountain snow feather did not get smashed to death and managed to escape from the chaotic battle. The three of them watched as it flew past their heads and hurriedly chased after it. With Second Last star technique of perception, they followed the severely injured White Mountain snow feather along the way. Under Second Last instructions, Jiang Shao even gave White Mountain snow feather a mouthful of milk. Of course, it was impossible for humans to establish a friendly relationship with star beasts, even if Jiang Shao took the initiative to express his goodwill. Any creature that got close to the White Mountain snow feather would be violently attacked. In the end, the three of them tailed it from afar, and the White Mountain snow feather barged into a natural cave, which made everyone ecstatic. Second Last then tiptoed in to take a look, only to see the White Mountain snow feather lying on the ground and whimpering incessantly. After coming out, Second Last asked Jiang Shao to throw a few bells into the cave and waited patiently. This wait lasted for an entire day. However, White Mountain snow feather didn't seem to have any intention of giving birth. They waited for another day. In the end, White Mountain Snowfeather was still whimpering and refusing to give birth. On the third day, the situation was still the same, but they were targeted by a White Mountain Snow Eagle. After the three of them lured the White Mountain Snow Eagle away, the battle just now happened. The group of people retraced their steps and quickly descended to the middle of the mountain, arriving in front of the natural cave. Second Last gestured for them to keep quiet and tiptoed in. She could still hear White Mountain Snowfeather's whimpering and groaning, which seemed no different from usual. You haven't eaten for 3 days and you're still not giving birth? Are you just lying there every day? Are you having a hard time? Second Last pupils constricted slightly, and she thought, did I actually see a baby's leg behind White Mountain Snowfeather's body? As for Baishan Shuyu, he lay on his side on the cold ground, looking as if he was exhaling more than he was inhaling. Second Last panicked and hurriedly walked out. Wendy, guard the door. Nine-tailed, follow me. Jiang Shao was slightly stunned, for he still couldn't get used to being called by his codename. However, Second Last insisted on calling him that because they were on a mission. Second Last continued, give it a blessing. Jiang Shao nodded and walked in with Second Last. As soon as he saw White Mountain Snowfeather, he raised his hand and gave him a blessing. Gold quality blessing. It was a must-have technique for killing and robbing. At the moment when White Mountain Snowfeather was trembling violently, Second Last dashed over and pierced the horse's head with her spear. The tip of the spear was then covered in frost, and the horse's head, which was made of flesh and blood, was soon frozen. Second Last stepped on it and crushed it into pieces of blood-colored ice. Jiang Shao was at a loss for what to do. Second Last quickly walked towards White Mountain Snowfeather's lower body and grabbed the horse's leg with one hand. Press down on its body, Second Last said. Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and hurriedly scurried over to press down on the headless horse's corpse. Second Last was neither too fast nor too slow. She was holding onto the horse's leg and pulling it out inch by inch. Jiang Shao was still a little dumbfounded and thought to himself, this is a different profession. I'm a surgeon, not an obstetrician. Chapter 359. While Second Last was dragging Baishan Snowfeather out, Jiang Shao pressed down on the headless horse's corpse and found Baishan Snowfeather's star bead in the blood-red crushed ice. He had obtained the 26th Baishan Snowfeather star bead. Due to the fact that he had a limited number of star slots and the overlapping functions of the heart of nature and endurance, Jiang Shao did not intend to absorb the star bead now. When he had a smuff in the future, he would be able to upgrade from platinum to diamond after absorbing the ice roar. Wow, I feel great just thinking about it. While fantasizing about the beautiful future, Jiang Shao suddenly heard a whimper. Jiang Shao frantically turned around, only to see that Second Last had finally managed to drag Baishan Snowfeather out by its slender leg. Baishan Snowfeather's body was white and snow-white, but it was still dripping wet after being pulled out of the womb. Although it had just been born, it was already more than a meter tall. It seemed a little displeased to be weighed in Second Last's hand, but it could not resist at all. It could only twist its body and struggle weakly. Looking at the Baishan Snowfeather that was still dripping with water, Second Last's stiff facial muscles finally relaxed a little. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying star map of a beast lit up on her body. Why was it called terrifying? It was because the star map seemed to have come to life against the backdrop of the endless sea of stars, as if it could open its mouth and devour the Baishan Snowfeather's baby. It was Jiang Zhao's first time seeing such a spectacle. Can the star map move? Of course, under normal circumstances, the star map would fluctuate slightly with the fluctuations of star power. However, the star map that appeared on Second Last's body had already exceeded the range of fluctuation. The ferocious beast was really moving. Jiang Shao felt as if he had seen a page-turning animation. The ferocious beast's movements were disjointed. It raised its claws, raised its head, and roared. The snow-feathered cub that was being weighed in Second Last's hand became even more terrified, and its sapphire eyes were filled with fear and even despair. The miserable neighing of the horse was followed by the sounds of a miserable horse. Jiang Shao thought about it and raised his hand to give the Baishan snow feather a blessing. At the same time, Jiang Shao was also very curious about what functions the Big Dipper star map would have when he reached the Starry Sky stage and Starry Sky stage. Watch out! Enemy attack! Wendy's alert voice suddenly came from the cave entrance in the distance. Second last frowned slightly and continued to stare at Baishan Shuiyu, who was struggling in her hands. Without looking up, she said, "Let's go take a look." Okay. The moment Jiang Shao turned around to leave, he suddenly heard a hoarse scream. Jiang Shao got a great shock and turned around, only to see a horrifying scene. The ferocious beast star map on second last body finally opened its mouth and was about to devour the cub. The illusory ferocious beast star map was getting larger and larger. It was initially trapped in second last chest, but now it was being enlarged again and again. In the end, it wrapped around second last's massive body. The ferocious beast was no longer curled up into a ball. It no longer had the slightest sense of cuteness. It finally revealed its true form, its extremely slender body stretching out. It was confirmed. It was definitely a feline. Was this a cheetah? However, why was there a tuft of hair at the tip of the pair of upright ears? Why was there long hair drooping on its cheeks too? However, its streamlined and beautiful figure was extremely eye-catching. Is this a lynx? No, that's not right either. Lynxes don't have such a long tail, do they? Its tail is almost as long as its entire body. The beautiful star map ferocious beast was extremely bloodthirsty. It opened its mouth and revealed its sharp fangs. Oh my god, this is impressive. Second last had already thrown Baishan Shuyu's cub into the sky before raising her head and staring at her prey. The huge ferocious beast star map was like a flipping page animation. It paused for a while, but its timing was extremely precise. It swallowed Baishan Shuyu's cub in one bite. Immediately afterwards, it shook its head from side to side like a ferocious beast and tore Baishan Shuyu's cub. Jiang Shao was secretly astonished. All of a sudden, he sensed second last's cold gaze and hurriedly turned around to run out. Disobeying orders on the battlefield was not a joke. The scene that just happened was really too attractive to Jiang Shao. How many more strange things are waiting for me to discover in this bizarre world? What will my Big Dipper star map eventually turn into? When he arrived at the entrance of cave, he discovered that when D was engaged in a fierce battle with a white mountain ferret. Fast. It's too fast. Wendy's spear was as fast as lightning. His spear was fast, but the white mountain ferret was even faster. It was like a bolt of white lightning that was about 40 centimeters long. It had a long, fluffy tail and was squeaking ferociously. This big rat, it's really long. It's like a Lincoln in a car or a dachshund in a dog. This little guy probably rushed here because of the smell of blood. 1D's silver spear collided with the white mountain ferret's sharp claws and fangs, creating sparks. Jiang Shao raised his hand abruptly. Whoosh! A ray of holy light landed, but it didn't even touch the tail of the white mountain ferret. Damn it, if when D wasn't here, I would have smashed you to death with Sound of Silence. Whoosh! Wendy's spear stabbed down like raindrops, accompanied by tiny tornadoes. Finally, the white lightning was blown off the ground. Chance! Wendy's eyes were burning with passion, and he immediately lunged forward, thrusting his spear at the white mountain ferret's head accurately. Squeak! Squeak! The white mountain ferret was blown off the ground and had nowhere to borrow strength. Hence, it could only twist its long body frantically. Its head really dodged Wendy's attack, but in its panic, it was stabbed by its fluffy long tail. Wendy made up his mind and poked its long tail before flinging it into the sky. The white mountain ferret was writhing and squeaking crazily. Its tiny head was filled with the words "at your mercy." Poof! From its snow-white body, a mass of dark brown mist was suddenly emitted, quickly drifting away. Even though Jiang Shao and Wendy hadn't smelled it, they wanted to lower their heads and vomit. After training there for more than half a month, the three of them had smelled the fart of the white mountain ferret. The stench was just a feeling that could be tolerated. The problem was that it could make one feel dizzy and nauseous, which would greatly affect one's combat ability. The smell was also a psychological attack. It was only natural for people to hate the smell and want to stay away from it. However, the effect of the smell was also magnified, causing people to retreat and stay away from it uncontrollably. There was a fundamental difference between actively retreating and passively retreating. Besides, the smell was an indiscriminate attack. Before the smell drifted to the enemy, the white mountain ferret would enjoy it first. That also meant that it wanted to retreat. Once it used such a star technique, it would want to escape from the battlefield subjectively and objectively. Jiang Shao couldn't help but wonder if it would suffocate him to death if it pooped. Wen Di retreated while taking out the bow and arrows from his back. Long before Wen Di retreated, Jiang Shao had already taken out the black bow that was slung across his back. Jiang Shao immediately pulled the black bow into a full moon shape. When Jiang Shao placed his hand on his right jaw, the person who walked out of the cave behind him couldn't help but nod in approval. Jiang Zhao's posture was so fast and stable that he seemed to have frozen in place. He didn't even breathe and was just like a statue. Is he really not moving at all? If only Jiang Zhao's hair were longer. At least, when the wind blew, his hair would flutter. His buzz-cut hairstyle didn't allow his hair to flutter at all. Whoosh! An arrow was shot out with star power that seemed to have pierced through the air. Jiang Shao quickly retrieved another arrow from the quiver, knocked it on the bow, and released it in one go. Whoosh! 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 Jiang Shao and Wen Di seemed to be in a competition. The ferret that was squeaking in midair was finally pierced through the heart by an arrow and nailed to the stone wall of the snow mountain. Then, the arrows continued to shoot continuously, illustrating what it meant to be pierced by thousands of arrows. Unlike Jiang Zhao's ordinary arrows, Wen Di's arrows were sharp arrows that carried a whirlwind. While destroying the enemy, they could also blow away the stench. The white mountain ferret's slender body was nailed into the stone wall by the arrows from head to tail. Wen Di's arrows hit the target every single time, yet Jiang Shao could actually keep up with his rhythm. Archery proficiency upgraded. Brass quality level 8. Jiang Zhao's hands trembled, and he thought to himself, something's amiss. Indeed, the arrow missed. Wen Di finally stopped, turned around, and smiled at Jiang Shao encouragingly. Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "That was close, wasn't it? You almost embarrassed yourself, didn't you?" Wen Di was speechless. Jiang Shao patted Wen Di on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Brother Di. I'm very sensible." Wen Di's lips twitched awkwardly, and he walked towards the ferret that had been pierced by the arrows. Jiang Shao smiled and thought, "With my intelligence, which path isn't wide?" Ghost! Jiang Shao was just about to go back to the cave to take a look, but when he turned around, he got a great shock because second last was just a few steps away from him. She was standing there silently and staring at the black bow in Jiang Zhao's hand with a pair of cold eyes. Jiang Shao wondered when he could be as silent and elusive as second last. Then, he would really be considered a member of the Guardians of the Night. Jiang Shao asked cautiously, "How is it?" However, Jiang Shao felt that something was amiss when he saw second last's stiff expression. "Your star map beast is so ferocious, and it's almost tearing its cub apart. Yet, you still want to absorb star pets? Ha, dream on." Second last looked down at Jiang Shao while the star power in her body surged. At the next moment, a thin and small snow feather cub appeared out of thin air and darted out of her body. Wow! Jiang Zhao's eyes widened. "I knew it. Your star map beast is so ferocious and domineering. How can it not absorb star pets?" Chapter 360. Succeeded? Really succeeded? Didn't they say that the probability of absorbing a star pet was extremely low? How did you succeed so quickly? Jiang Shao looked at the Baishan snow feather cub that was lying on the ground and trying to get up, feeling amused. At the thought of how majestic it would grow into in the future, the cub seemed even cuter now. Jiang Shao stepped forward and squatted down, feeling that it was still dripping wet. Jiang Shao couldn't help but rub its nose gently, fearing that it would have difficulty breathing. As soon as he touched it, The cub opened its mouth and bit Jiang Zhao's palm. Jiang Zhao got a great shock and immediately retracted his palm, after which he gave a blessing. Whoosh! The cub of Baishan, Snowplume, whimpered. Just as it raised its tiny legs and tried its best to get up, Jiang Zhao's blessing made it dizzy and it laid down on the ground while shaking its head. Jiang Zhao raised his head awkwardly and looked at Second Last. Congratulations. Second Last strode forward and kicked Baishan, Snow Feather, who was lying on the ground and whimpering with the tip of her foot. The little guy cried out in pain from the kick. After the milk kick wore off, he shook his head vigorously and tried to get up again. Jiang Zhao couldn't help but want to step forward and help it up. Second Last suddenly said in a hoarse voice, "Let it stand up on its own." Jiang Zhao made a sorrowful expression at the cub. "You're so pitiful. Your master is very strict. Good luck." However, Jiang Zhao believed that Second Last would be able to tame the star pet well. Jiang Zhao asked curiously, "How long will it take before it can fight?" Second Last lowered her head and stared at the colt that was gradually standing up. She said, "In 6 months, it will grow to the size of a normal Baishan Snow Feather." Slightly stunned, Jiang Zhao asked, "Half a year? That's a short period of adulthood?" Second Last shook her head and said, "It's not an adult yet. It can only participate in battles. The Baishan Snowfeather clan is the strongest clan in the Snow Mountain territory. Even compared to the creatures in the other dimensional spaces in the White Mountain range, this clan is still one of the best. In comparison, human cubs were really weak. Whose child could participate in a battle at 6 months? Wait, the human cub was also known as the four-legged metal-swallowing beast, crying and throwing a tantrum every day, eating gold like crazy. From this point of view, it seemed like it could really deal a heavy blow to the hearts of adults. Let's go to the holy ground. Second Last's words were concise and to the point, and everyone immediately perked up and set off for the holy ground. Baishan Shuiyu's cub was growing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. It wasn't that it had grown taller, but rather it was getting steadier and faster. The three of them deliberately slowed down while Baishan Shuyu chased after Second Last and managed to keep up with her. 3 people and a horse traversed the endless snowy mountain range. With a monk, they could go to the Western Paradise to obtain Buddhist scriptures. Baishan Shuiyu's foal had clearly become a delicacy in the eyes of all the creatures. Even their own kind were trying to take a bite out of this tender and plump foal. Baishan Shuiyu's life was full of misfortunes. The first thing he encountered was a Baishan snow eagle that descended from the sky. Before the flustered foal could put up any effective resistance, the Baishan snow eagle was torn to shreds by his Second Last sword. Jiang Zhao and Wen Di were both taken aback. They couldn't even react in time, let alone the foal. Although Second Last was very strict with the snowy feather cub and made it walk on its own, she didn't even care about it when it fell. However, she didn't expect Second Last to forget to practice her spear skills when the snowy feather cub's life was threatened. She had actually taken out her dagger and killed him with one strike. It was a clean and efficient kill. The corpse of the White Mountain Snow Eagle was thrown onto the ground by Second Last. The flustered White Mountain Snow Eagle was clearly greatly frightened as it hopped around frantically. In the end, it snuggled up to Second Last's feet and rubbed its head against her trousers. This kind of action was very intelligent. Second Last's stiff expression eased up a little, and she chided it with a smirk. Timid, snort, the youngling Baishan Snow Feather shook its head and snorted. Second Last kicked away the Baishan Snow Eagle that was rubbing against her trousers and said in a hoarse voice, "Since you like it, I'll call you Xiao Xiao." Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Afterwards, Xiao Xiao's tragic fate officially began, and all the creatures of other dimensions that saw it along the way could hardly control themselves. Hence, they all stepped forward to attack it. In the end, Second Last got a little impatient and decided to put Xiao Xiao back into the star map. The scene of her putting away her star pet was a little strange, beautiful, and horrifying. Back then, Xiong Chimo from Kainan Province pressed Xiao Xiao directly into her chest, which was a rather acceptable scene. However, Second last placed her hand on the head of the Baishan snow eagle and crushed its head. To be exact, not only the horse's head, but Xiao Xiao's entire body was also crushed into pieces of starlight. The specks of starlight scattered like rain and rolled on the ground before converging into a small galaxy that spiraled up along second last body. The scene was extremely beautiful, and it eventually fused in a second last chest. Without Xiao Xiao, the pressure on the three of them was greatly reduced, and they hurried along at a much faster speed. After climbing up the snowy mountain and standing halfway up the mountain, the three of them saw a group of violent creatures of other dimensions in the snowy canyon in the distance. It was the scene of a large-scale brawl. There was a huge, overlapping space door that was emitting layers of fog in the air above the place where the fight was taking place. There were all kinds of creatures of other dimensions continuously falling from the space door. After Baishan Snow Eagle and Baishan Snow Eagle fell, they would quickly regain their balance and scatter in all directions. The Baishan Snow Eagle, on the other hand, could only twist their bodies and fall to the ground. They would then quickly burrow into the ground and disappear without a trace. During the process of falling, there would always be some Baishan Snow Eagles who were unlucky. Even the gold-quality Baishan Snow Eagles would try to tear the Baishan Snow Eagles apart, let alone the Overlord Baishan Snow Feathers. They did eat grass, but they weren't afraid of meat. Finally, as one of the Baishan Snow Eagles was attacked and emitted a foul odor, three more Baishan Snow Eagles began to emit the same stench. Instantly, the scene of the large-scale brawl turned into a complete mess, like a pot of boiled dumplings. The scene was bustling with noise and excitement. The creatures that had gathered together were dispersed by the stench and chased out of the snowy canyon. Afterward, new batches of people continued to swarm in, and the scenes repeated themselves. Second last looked at the space door in the distance and said, "Wendy," while ignoring the Baishan Snow Eagles and Baishan Snow Eagles that were flying around. "Yes." Wendy quickly pulled his bow and arrow, and at the next moment, the star map of the world tree appeared on his body. The 16th golden star slot on the lush, giant tree suddenly lit up. Clearly, he was a melee fighter in the galaxy stage. The bow in Wendy's hand was wrapped in purple energy, and the massive energy wave made Jiang Xiao take a step back uncontrollably. The gold-quality star technique was so violent that when D reckoned that its power would probably be no less than second-last silver-quality scorch. Whoosh! The ordinary bamboo arrow had been drained of all the purple energy on the bow, and with a long purple tail, it tore through the sky and accurately shot towards the space door that was emitting fog. The distance and accuracy of the arrow were beyond the reach of an ordinary bow, no matter how strong a Star Warrior's arm strength was. Clearly, it was all the credit of the star technique. Wendy's movements didn't stop. Every time he prepared, he would take about 7 seconds. One after another, purple bamboo arrows exploded in the distant sky like meteors chasing after the moon. It was not difficult to destroy the holy ground because the space tunnel was extremely unstable. Before there were any abnormalities in the snow mountains, there was only one snow mountain domain, and it was extremely precious. The Guardians of the Night in the Snow Mountain domain even had to take the initiative to split up and guide Baishan Shuyu to leave quickly. Otherwise, Baishan Shuyu's ice roar might have smashed the space tunnel into pieces. The world tree in front of Wendy's chest shone brightly, and after the 7th arrow, the sky dimmed. The snow mountain was torn apart, and the wind and clouds surged. Wendy quickly put away his bow and said in a loud and clear voice, "Sir, mission accomplished." Second last nodded calmly and turned around to leave. She then walked on the shaking snow mountain as if she was walking on flat ground. Jiang Xiao quickly chased after her, but he couldn't help but stare at the young officer, Wendy. "Your archery skills and star techniques are very strong, but so am I." The star bead of the ancient archer general contained 4 star techniques: explosive arrow, freezing arrow, plague arrow, and sacrificial arrow. One day, I will also stand thousands of kilometers away and tear a dimensional space apart with an arrow. Chapter 361. At the foot of the White Mountain, there was a small town called E-Town. It was rather cold there at night. There were 8 wooden tables in the hall of a simple and crude eatery in town. On one of the tables, a man and a woman sat facing each other in silence. The 2 men were seated on one side, while the woman was seated on the other. That wasn't a big deal, but the point was that there was a snow-white pony with wings curled up at the woman's feet. When the abnormally beautiful Pegasus suddenly appeared in the shop, the boss got a great shock. How can a normal restaurant allow pets in? Fortunately, it was already late at night, and there was no one in the shop. After negotiating with the boss, he didn't say anything else. Well, it was mainly because the Pegasus was beautiful and obedient. It curled up on the ground quietly and was extremely obedient. The 3 of them and the Pegasus were the tail feather team that had made a name for themselves in the White Mountain Range in the past month. The main force of the White Mountain Range was the Mountain Shattering Army. Of course, the Mountain Shattering Army knew that their superiors had transferred a light-chasing team from the north. Nominally, they were here to supervise and inspect the extra-dimensional spaces. In fact, this special light-chasing team was here to destroy the extra-dimensional spaces. In the past 30 days, the team had destroyed a total of 14 Snow Mountain domain spaces. On average, they destroyed one-dimensional space every 2 days. Their efficiency was simply astounding. After a month of high-intensity missions, the 3 of them were enjoying a rare moment of peace in the quiet restaurant. The soldier, Wendy, was relatively reserved and didn't eat much. At this moment, there were 2 empty bottles of wusu in front of him. Ever since when D and Second Last drank 2 bottles of wusu, he had been in a state of silence. Wendy didn't expect that when Second Last said that they should relax, she actually meant to drink instead of dispersing and resting. The person sitting opposite Wendy was the majestic Second Last. At this moment, Second Last was looking down the table and throwing a large piece of roasted mutton at Xiao Xiao. She swallowed it in one bite, looking just like how Zhu Beiji ate ginseng fruits. She didn't even chew at all. The 3-man team had been fighting in the White Mountain Range for nearly a month. Jiang Xiao was so bored. It wasn't that the military rations were bad. The Chinese were rather well supplied to the soldiers, but no one could stand eating the same food every day. At this moment, Jiang Xiao was also very silent, mainly because he had been talking nonstop. He turned into a hungry ghost, holding a roasted pancake in his left hand and a large skewer of mutton in his right hand. He took the meat skewer off and ate the delicious food in big bites. The Baishan snow feather cub that was lying under the table and curling up its Second Last feet tilted its head and stared at Jiang Xiao with its large, adorable eyes. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but stop munching on the food sack, feeling both exasperated and amused. Xiao Xiao is really smart. She knows who to talk to. If Second Last gave it to him, he would eat it. If she didn't, he wouldn't dare to take it. However, its sapphire eyes would occasionally glance at Jiang Xiao, who was wolfing down his food. Jiang Xiao placed the remaining half of the meat sack under the table, and Xiao Xiao quickly popped its head over, stuck out its tongue, and swallowed the food away. It almost swallowed Jiang Xiao's hand too. Jiang Xiao looked down at Xiao Xiao and couldn't help but sigh. Ever since Xiao Xiao was tamed by Second Last half a month ago, Jiang Xiao had been observing its growth. Compared to the wild Baishan snow feather, domesticated ones were indeed different. Gradually, Xiao Xiao began to recognize people. She could clearly tell who was close to her, and she could also restrain her desire for food. Perhaps it was because Second Last had trained it well, or perhaps it was because Xiao Xiao had a high IQ. In short, it was especially obedient and well-behaved. Coupled with its high racial talent and powerful star techniques, it was not hard to imagine that it would become a great helper for Second Last in the future. The more outstanding Xiao Xiao was, the more envious Jiang Xiao was. Why? It was because a Baishan snow feather cub had died in Jiang Xiao's hands just a day ago. If it weren't for that cub, the team of 3 would probably have destroyed more dimensional spaces. 4 days ago, the group discovered another pregnant Baishan snow feather in the holy ground of a snowy mountain domain. After 4 days of careful tracking, The group finally saw the birth of a Baishan Snowfeather's cub. After second last slaughtered the mare, she gave the cub to Jiang Shao and created a very comfortable and quiet environment for him. Jiang Shao thought about the Baishan Snowfeather's abilities and felt that it could really be used as a pet. Hence, he decided to give it a try. After giving it a try, Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Let's go back in time to one day ago. Baishan Snowfeather Cub, Platinum Quality, Star Techniques, Frost Wind, Gold Quality, Ice Roar, Platinum Quality, Heart of Nature, Platinum Quality. Do you want to tame it into a pet? Note, the host star power level is too low. The success rate of taming a Platinum Quality star pet is 30%. Jiang Shao was a little hesitant as he knelt on the cold ground of the cave, grabbed the struggling cub with one hand, and looked up at Second Last. Second Last chased Wendy out of the cave and sensed Jiang Zhao's hesitation. She frowned and asked in a hoarse voice, "Why? You don't want it?" "Yes, of course I want it. The problem is that the probability is a little low. Should I wait a little longer?" They could wait, but the question was, how long would they wait? Jiang Shao didn't think that he could increase the probability to 100% within a short period of time. The internal star map was very clear. Due to the fact that Jiang Zhao's star power level was too low, it was difficult for him to absorb platinum quality creatures and platinum quality star techniques. Do I have to use skill points to advance? To be honest, Jiang Zhao's heart ached a little. On the other hand, Jiang Shao was still in the early nebula stage, and Second Last was very clear about his foundation. If Jiang Shao were to advance to the galaxy stage, how would Second Last react? In the blink of an eye, she would advance from the early nebula stage to the galaxy stage. How should Jiang Shao explain it? Do I have to tell her about skill points too? I'd better not. Jiang Shao had really been spoiled by the internal star map, and the probability of him absorbing star techniques had always been 100%. This time, a 30% probability appeared in front of Jiang Zhao's eyes, which made him feel rather hesitant. Second Last said in a hoarse voice, "It's suitable for you." Jiang Shao gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. "I don't care anymore. I'm the one chosen by the heavens. To the lucky ones, 1% is the same as 100%. Absorb. A real man has to be reckless." Afterward, however, Jiang Shao failed. The bright star map on Jiang Zhao's body did not have much practical effect. The skinny Baishan Snowfeather Cub turned into a stream of starlight that gradually fused into Jiang Zhao's body and gathered in the 6-star slot of his Big Dipper star map. Jiang Zhao's star map was not as soul-stirring as Second Last long-tailed Link's star map. In fact, Jiang Zhao's star map did not have any special effects at all. Perhaps it was because the small fries in the nebula stage were not impressive. Jiang Shao was initially a little delighted because he felt that the starlight was gathering in his 6-star slot. However, Jiang Shao did not receive any relevant information in the internal star map. Second Last, who was standing opposite him, watched as the starlight on Jiang Zhao's 6-star slot finally shattered and disappeared around Jiang Shao. Star Power Upgrade. Nebula Stage Level 4. Jiang Shao was caught between laughter and tears. Instead of getting a star pet, his star power leveled up. The high-intensity battles that he had been through for nearly a month had made Jiang Zhao's body grow rapidly. With the help of the Baishan Snowfeather Cub, Jiang Shao actually improved his star power realm. The facts proved that the sacrifice of the mythical pet was still useful to Jiang Zhao's disbelief. The Baishan Snowfeather Cub had completely disappeared from this world. It had to be known that this was a living little monster. It had flesh and blood, but it was actually gone just like that. Not a single strand of hair was left behind, as if it had never appeared in this world. The more Jiang Shao came into contact with this bizarre world, the more he found it to be unbelievable. Did I eat a Pegasus? You're only in the early nebula stage, so it's normal for you not to be able to absorb a star pet. Besides, this is a platinum quality creature. Second Last's hoarse voice pulled Jiang Shao back to reality. I'm the one who asked too much of you. All of this was also Second Last's test of Jiang Zhao's special star map. She initially thought that Jiang Zhao's special star map would bring her more surprises, but things did not turn out as she wished. Jiang Zhao snapped back to his senses and lowered his head to throw a piece of roasted mutton at Xiao Xiao. I've already advanced to the middle of the nebulous stage. Second last nodded calmly and said, "As long as you want, I'll accompany you back here to capture star pets after you reach the galaxy stage." When Di asked, "Commanding officer, are we really leaving?" "Yes, the situation here is under control." Second last glanced at Jiang Xiao and said, "I'll go and ask the higher-ups tomorrow. I have other tasks to carry out." In the past month, the powerful Mountain Crusher army and the special troops that swarmed over from all over China had managed to tidy up the chaotic White Mountain Range. Ever since Jiang Xiao and the others destroyed the Snow Mountain domain a day ago, they had already received orders to wait for orders when they returned to the camp. In other words, the military had not detected any other dimensional spaces for the time being, and the White Mountain Range had also returned to its normal state, with no more dimensional spaces appearing frequently. The army had left many spaces in the Snowy Mountain domain to be developed. It was unknown whether this situation could be described as a blessing in disguise. After all, before this, the Snowy Mountain domain was an extremely precious and rare dimensional space. He hoped that the officials could make good use of this resource. If they could form a Pegasus cavalry regiment from the Snow Mountain domain, that would be perfect. Jiang Xiao immediately perked up after hearing second last words. "This chick, is she going to fulfill her promise and take me to be filled with star beads?" Chapter 362. A month in the army was like a dream for Jiang Xiao. First of all, he had survived the extremely dangerous Snow Mountain region. Secondly, he managed to come back alive from second last, who was extremely dangerous. Jiang Zhao's mission this time would be a glorious achievement in his life. When the country needed him the most and the northwest of China was in danger, Jiang Xiao appeared in the northwest battlefield. As an apprentice of the Tail Feather team, he had destroyed 14 dimensional spaces in the Snow Mountain domain together with second last and the Mountain Shattering Army, Wendi. That was a solid achievement. It probably wouldn't be a problem for the Guardians of the Night to become an official Guardian of the Night. Of course, it was up to second last to decide whether or not he would become an official Guardian of the Night. As the captain of the special light-chasing team, second last had a lot of authority. The higher-ups agreed to second last's request to return to her hometown and gave her sufficient leave. To what extent exactly? The leave would last until September 1st, and second last would only have to return to the team when Jiang Xiao reopened school. Second last had long been mentally prepared for that. She clearly knew why she had become the captain of the team and why she had been transferred from the Northeast Army to the Northwest Army. Clearly, a big shot had taken a liking to Jiang Xiao. However, the big shot didn't seem particularly forceful. He didn't force Jiang Xiao to join a certain army or anything else. Instead, he gave Jiang Xiao some convenience in certain aspects. In second last opinion, it seemed more like a form of love and concern. Or compensation? Logically speaking, the higher-ups of the Tail Feather team had been working intensely in the White Mountain Range for a month, and it seemed reasonable for them to have some time to rest. However, it was important to note that the Tail Feather team had indeed been given a holiday, but they weren't released. In other words, second last and her team were still part of the Guardians of the Night in the Northwest Army and the Light Chasing team. What made second last feel more comfortable was that the only direct leader, the leaders of the light-chasing team, were very polite to her and did not interfere with anything in her team. They didn't give her any tasks either. Second last was in a good mood and didn't bother much about it. To her, joining the army was for the sake of serving the motherland. China was so vast, and it didn't matter which region she served in. She just had to follow the arrangements of the organization. However, in this military career, it would be better if he had some authority to form his own team. Second last had never hidden her admiration for Jiang Xiao. During this trip to the White Mountains, she got to know Jiang Xiao better and was even more satisfied with him. She was also full of anticipation. At this moment, second last was full of confidence. In the future, Her team would definitely shine in the Northwest Guardians of the Night. Be it for official or personal reasons, second last was willing to see Jiang Xiao improve further. Hence, she brought Jiang Xiao back to her hometown. Second last had long gotten used to being in the military. She didn't have a home, and the military camp was her home. Although Jiang Xiao had a home, second last didn't let him go back. She didn't want Jiang Xiao to waste his time reuniting with his younger brother. After all, second last had already agreed to let him go to school. Hence, after September 1st, the two of them could reunite every day. Second last didn't think that Jiang Xiao would be able to improve much by living a comfortable life in college. However, she had no choice but to let Jiang Xiao go to school since it was something that they had agreed on. Second last could wait for the 4 years of university. Besides, she could use Jiang Xiao's vacation time. That was probably what the Guardians of the Night wanted to see. Second last scoffed at the comfortable life in college. Hence, at this stage, she hoped that Jiang Xiao would be on the verge of death every minute and second. Hence, when she asked Jiang Xiao which star technique he wanted to improve, second last was displeased when he replied with blessing and decoy. Compared to the arsenal, the snowfield was a little easier. Ever since the military plane landed outside Jiangbin City, the two of them rested for a night in the military. The next day, they headed to the snowfield dimensional space in Jianan Village. At the same time, second last also thought of an interesting training plan. Do you mean take me to the holy ground? Jiang Xiao asked as he stopped the car slowly and turned to look at second last. Yeah, second last answered calmly while staring at the brightly lit town hall outside the window. Jiang Xiao opened the door and got out of the car while saying, "Sure, there are plenty of monsters in the holy ground. We'll be able to find the white ghoul which faster." Jiang Xiao liked that plan very much. If you were to wander around the snowfield and look for the white ghoul, which one by one, how long would it take? If he were to charge into the holy ground, wouldn't he be surrounded by white ghoul witches? Second last is the best. She could use her special identity to bring Jiang Xiao past the Guardians of the Night and enter the holy ground to hunt. That would be much more efficient than him and Xia Yan. However, shouldn't there be Guardians of the Night guarding the holy ground too? If there were guards, how could Jiang Xiao use the countercurrent light to fill the star beads? Jiang Xiao asked worriedly. There should be Guardians of the Night guarding the holy ground, right? Second last opened the car door and got out after understanding what Jiang Xiao meant. She thought about it and said, "The holy ground in the snowfield is in the mountain, so there won't be any Guardians of the Night guarding it. If there are, I can chase them out of the mountain." The two of them couldn't be more familiar with the snowfield dimensional space in Jianan Village. In fact, the two of them had first met there. When they were fighting against the foreign mercenaries, they had also barged into the holy ground together. Hence, they were rather familiar with the terrain of the holy ground. Compared to the other snowfields, the holy ground in the snowfield did indeed have a natural terrain advantage. The Guardians of the Night were at most stationed outside the canyon, and they were definitely not allowed to get close to the holy ground without permission. After all, the white ghouls and white ghoul witches in the snowfield were weaker, and their star techniques were relatively simple. Hence, it would be difficult for them to cut off the dimensional channel. The only thing that could destroy the holy ground could be man-made. Hence, the Guardians of the Night were not allowed to get close to the interior of the holy ground. Jiang Xiao opened the back door of the car and took out the giant steel sword from the back seat. He then picked up the silver spear and handed it to second last. Second last grabbed the silver spear and placed one hand on the roof of the car. She said in a hoarse voice, "Let's make a pact. You're not allowed to use your star techniques." Jiang Xiao had just bent over to pick up the bow and quiver, but he froze on the spot after hearing her words. He raised his head and looked at second last, who was outside the car door opposite him. "No star techniques? You can't use medical star techniques either?" "Yes." Second last picked up her spear and grabbed the dark red recurved bow and quiver before slinging it behind her back. Jiang Xiao blinked and thought, "What do you mean? Are you looking for trouble? No matter how strong you are, there will always be times when you fail, right? There are tons of monsters in the holy ground, and the number is terrifying. As long as the space portal is not destroyed, There will be endless monsters in the holy ground. What if you really get scratched after a long time? You still won't let me use my star techniques? If you don't treat it in time, what if your wound gets infected? What if you bleed to death? Jiang Shao closed the car door and chased after second last. Shall I go to the pharmacy to buy a first aid kit or a first aid kit? Second last was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao quickly caught up with her and walked alongside her. You should at least buy a few bandages. If you really get scratched by the white ghouls, I can't just watch you bleed endlessly. Second last said calmly, that won't happen. Jiang Shao said patiently, don't say that. There's no such thing as absolute in this world. I'm a doctor. You have to understand me. How can I bear to see you get injured without anyone taking care of you? Second last stopped in her tracks. Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses after taking 2 steps forward and hurriedly stopped. His scalp turned numb. I can't bear to see my companion get injured. I'm a professional doctor. Jiang Shao turned his body slightly and saw the huge figure striding towards him under the street lamp. She's here. She reached out. Should I make the first move? Green glow or silence? Should I retreat or fight to the death? Wow, this is so exciting. This is the entrance of the town government. There had just been an accident in this snowfield last year, and it's now heavily guarded. If I do anything abnormal, will the soldiers shoot me? Jiang Shao still couldn't stand the feeling of having his back turned to the ferocious beast. All the fear stemmed from the unknown. A true warrior would dare to face blood directly. Jiang Shao turned around abruptly and looked up in a suave and unyielding manner. That's the stubbornness of a healer. You don't want me to heal you? That's impossible. Second last stiff face was not suitable for any expression. Hence, the smile on her face was a little strange and even horrifying. She pressed her hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder and slowly leaned down to look down at him. Her large figure was overbearing, and she said in a hoarse voice, life and death are decreed by fate. Star techniques are prohibited. Jiang Shao said with the last bit of stubbornness of a healer. In this case, I wish you good pregnancy. Chapter 363. Under the dim sky, amidst the snowflakes that were falling from the sky, a flaming arrow tore through the wind and snow and shot straight into the head of a white ghoul. The arrow was extremely fast and powerful, piercing through the black face of the white ghoul and nailing it to the tree 2 meters behind it. The white ghoul's body trembled slightly, but it was already dead. It looked more like a corpse that was reluctant to leave this world. Under the falling snow, second last large body stood quietly while her long black hair fluttered with the star power, revealing her cold and murderous expression. She pulled out an arrow, put on the bow, and pulled the bowstring. Her movements were swift and fierce, and the dark red recurved bow was covered with layers of star power that were burning with faint flames. At the next moment, the bamboo arrow also started burning under the star power. In the depths of the snow forest, a skinny and old white ghoul, which whimpered continuously and turned around to flee. Whoosh! The fire arrow dragged a long trail of flame, leaving a faint flame under the night sky. It followed the trajectory of the flames to the end, where the white ghoul, which was nailed to the tree and wailing in pain. Silver quality, star technique, burning flame. Xia Yin used it to cover the sword with flames. Second last used it to cover the arrow with flames. Intelligence gathering successful. It was confirmed that second last still had burning flame. Jiang Shao bore everything in mind. On the other side, second last put down her bow and arrow, turned around, and looked at Jiang Shao with a sullen gaze. Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and hurriedly used countercurrent light to hang on the white ghoul, which that was nailed to the tree. It was impossible for Jiang Shao not to use any star techniques. After all, Jiang Shao was going to use countercurrent light to fill the star beads. In that case, second last relaxed her requirements and allowed Jiang Shao to use countercurrent light while she used burning flame. The two of them forcefully increased the difficulty by choosing only one star technique to challenge the snowfield. After all, second last was also there to train in the spear and bow. The purpose of the star technique that she requested was to train Jiang Shao. For a king of the galaxy stage like Second Last, it was impossible for her to feel a sense of urgency. The spear and bow technique was the only thing that she could train in. Hence, it made sense for her to use Burning Flame. Ugh! The white ghoul witch, whose shoulder had been pierced by the fire arrow, was originally groaning in pain, but now it had turned into a frenzied roar. The astral power in the white ghoul witch's body was surging. It felt that it was very strong. It was burning. It was explosive. Its ghostly life was fearless. It's dead. With a majestic roar, the arrow pierced through its head. Silver quality white ghoul, witch star bead. Jiang Shao smiled awkwardly and scurried over to collect the white ghoul, witch star bead. He was embarrassed, mainly because he was in a daze on the battlefield. However, Jiang Shao couldn't be blamed for that, mainly because Second Last was too aggressive. Looking into the distance, through the layers of drifting snow, there were white ghouls nailed to the trees one after another. Each of them had their heads pierced through, and their twitching corpses hung in the snow forest. Anyone who saw would feel their blood run cold. Didn't speed-type attacks usually deal low damage? How could her damage be so high? Why did she shoot so quickly and kill them in one shot? The 18 white ghouls died instantly, and even the cruel and weak white ghoul, which was terrified. It turned around and fled into the snow forest. Clearly, Second Last was extremely terrifying. "Let me see," Second Last said in a hoarse voice. Jiang Shao tossed the silver-quality white ghoul, witch star bead, over. He didn't stay idle and simply stared at the white ghoul corpses that were nailed to the trees. He then strode into the white ghoul corpse formation. Second Last pinched the star bead with her slender fingers and placed it in front of her eyes. She then raised her head slightly, seemingly curious about the difference between the silver-quality white ghoul, witch star bead, and the brass-quality white ghoul, witch star bead. Her pitch-black eyes, which were like cold stars, and the resplendent star bead in her hand, reflected each other. The scene was too beautiful to behold. Jiang Shao felt that he was floating because he actually found Second Last's curious behavior rather adorable. Jiang Shao sorted out his thoughts and said while packing up the white ghoul star bead, "Be careful, don't absorb it. There are blessings and bait inside, which will take up a precious star slot." Upon hearing his words, Second Last turned around and said, "It's a silver-quality star bead. I can accept it if I really absorb it." Fearing that she would misunderstand, Jiang Shao hurriedly reiterated, "This star bead is of silver quality, but the star technique contained in it is still of brass quality. Don't get wrong." Second Last smirked and glanced at Jiang Shao before tossing the star bead to him. Jiang Shao grabbed the star bead in a flurry and said, "I think you're carefully considering every star slot. If you absorb a useless star technique, I'm afraid you'll vent your anger on me again." Second Last said calmly, "That's what you think of me." Jiang Shao thought about it again and said, "I'll give you a white ghoul star bead later. You can try green glow and endurance. Anyway, you already have those 2 star techniques, so you can absorb them without worry." "Okay," Jiang Shao answered calmly and asked, "How do you feel? Can you upgrade the quality of your star techniques?" Jiang Shao looked at his internal star map and realized that blessing and decoy were only of gold quality level 2. He would need at least 80 white ghoul witches to upgrade them. However, what made Jiang Shao speechless was the fact that green glow and endurance had actually reached gold quality level 6, 17 out of 100. They were already halfway there. Jiang Shao had not specially upgraded green glow and endurance, nor had he given them a few white ghoul star beads. However, the white ghouls were too numerous, and they were everywhere. Jiang Shao had only used their star beads to replenish his star power, and he was already close to upgrading green glow and endurance to platinum quality. Speak of the devil, and the white ghouls would appear. The strong smell of blood attracted a lone hunter. It quietly crouched in the snow, and its white fur became its natural camouflage. Its heavy body did not make it clumsy. The white ghoul approached the white ghoul corpse formation and Jiang Shao, who was harvesting the star beads. However, Nothing escaped second last's eyes. She immediately pulled the bow in her hand into the shape of a full moon, but she suddenly thought of something and paused. Whoosh! Jiang Shao got a great shock and felt his scalp go numb. The sharp arrow actually brushed past his face. The arrow did not come into contact with his face at all, but the gust of wind that followed it had scratched his cheek, leaving a streak of bright red blood on his face. Almost at the same time, Jiang Shao heard the whimpering of the white ghouls behind him. Jiang Shao frantically pulled out his sword and turned around. It was worth mentioning that Jiang Shao was a man who had gold-quality endurance. Even if it was not as functional as the body of steel, it was still of gold quality. However, the star power carried by the arrow still managed to cut his face. That once again made Jiang Shao understand a fact. No matter how powerful the star techniques were and how many special effects there were, they were only supported by star power. After reaching a certain level, star power would become the fundamental factor that dominated everything. When Jiang Zhao's team fought with Hai Tianqing, Teacher Hai managed to shatter Li Wei's black shield with an ordinary brass-green glow. The most essential difference between the two of them was the difference in star power realm. Jiang Shao raised his sword and turned around to resist, but the white ghoul did not launch a sneak attack. In fact, the white ghoul's shoulder had been pierced by the sharp arrow, and it was nailed to the snow. It was constantly struggling to get up. Jiang Shao threw a shot of countercurrent light at it. The white ghoul froze on the spot. The star power in Jiang Zhao's body surged towards the white ghoul. All of a sudden, Jiang Shao felt that being in the middle of the nebulous stage seemed to be enough for him. Can I channel brass-green glow on my own? One of the three illusions in life. I'm very strong. It turned out that Jiang Shao was still lacking a little. He watched as the white ghouls went crazy but refused to level up, which made him feel terrible. Damn it! Why are you still yelling so happily if you're not leveling up? Jiang Shao hurriedly threw another shot of countercurrent light, which was connected to second last. Huff! This time, the white ghouls were not the only ones yelling. Jiang Shao couldn't help but yell too. The star power that flowed out of the body of the king of the Starfall stage was really like a vast ocean. Jiang Shao felt that he was very strong too. He could fly to the sky and stand side by side with the sun. He could even swim in shallow water and go mouth to mouth with a tortoise. He could also, he hurriedly cut off the countercurrent light. Be it vitality or star power, Jiang Shao had been channeled a lot. Second last looked at the white ghoul that was shaking its head silently, as well as Jiang Shao, who was doing the same thing as the white ghoul. She couldn't help but pick up her spear. She strode forward and pierced the white ghoul's head with her spear. Jiang Shao shook his head vigorously. Even though he had cooperated with second last to channel star beads several times, he still couldn't adapt to second last's majestic star power. It's really comfortable. Wait a minute. Jiang Shao suddenly had an idea. Xiao Xiao was a platinum rank creature. Would it be possible to raise it to the diamond rank when it was fully formed? It doesn't matter if I don't upgrade my star techniques, but my physical strength can be upgraded to diamond quality. At the thought of this, Jiang Shao couldn't help but look at second last. At this moment, second last was squatting on the ground while holding the silver quality white ghoul star bead in her hand. She looked up and observed. Jiang Shao couldn't help but sigh. Sigh, this silly cat. She still doesn't know that it's her blessing to have met me. Chapter 364. In the depths of the snowfield, in the holy ground, a huge figure was abnormally agile. Its body flashed and moved, strolling leisurely in this sea of white ghouls, slaughtering ugly white ghouls one after another with ease. However, she would look into the distance from time to time and stare at the figure that was stuck in the quagmire. Second last had the advantage of height, and she could see Jiang Shao at a glance. What made her a little worried was that Jiang Zhao's expression was getting sullen and his movements were getting more and more skillful. However, his heart seemed to be getting colder too. Back when they were in the White Mountain Range, the two of them fought in a tough environment for a month, but Jiang Shao was still carefree and mischievous. However, after just 10 days of training in the snowfield and the holy ground, Jiang Shao had undergone an earth-shattering change. Frankly speaking, Second Last liked robots. She liked soldiers who were strict and cold, but she didn't like the mischievous child. Although Jiang Shao was usually mischievous and frivolous, he was still very reliable during battles. Hence, Second Last didn't say anything about it. However, things are different now. As he lived a life of killing, Jiang Shao became more and more gloomy and cold-blooded. He gradually became the type that Second Last liked, but Second Last couldn't stand it anymore. At the end of the day, she was not only his superior, but also his teacher. To put it bluntly, Jiang Shao was one of the few friends Second Last had, so she was a little worried about Jiang Zhao's mental state. Jiang Shao, Second Last said softly. She should have gotten a quick response, but her voice seemed to have sunk into the ocean. Jiang Shao waved the giant sword in his hand and coordinated well with the dagger beside his leg. From time to time, he would clear his surroundings and draw his bow to stop the white ghoul, which was constantly retreating. The speed of the arrow was extremely fast, and it was extremely powerful. He drew the bow quickly and put it away even faster. That was the result of his forced training in actual combat. He had no choice but to be more swift and fierce. The dagger was used to smash throats, and the giant sword was used to pave the way. Jiang Shao retreated abruptly and climbed up the wall in 2 steps. He then inserted the giant sword into the wall forcefully and hung himself on the high wall of the holy ground. Now that he could see, 5 rays of black light suddenly shot out of his body. The 5 pitch-black rays were like 5 huge tails. Perhaps Jiang Shao was more suited to be a 5-tailed at this moment. 4 rays of countercurrent light dashed towards the white ghoul witches that were pinned in various places, while the remaining 1 darted towards Second Last. Reply, Second Last said, seizing the opportunity. What responded to her was the rapid loss of astral power and part of her vitality. Jiang Shao. He was a killer. There was no emotion, not to mention the soul. Jiang Shao stepped onto the wall and pulled out the giant sword that was deeply embedded in the wall. He then turned around and rushed towards a white ghoul which had been given a boost. In Second Last's eyes, Jiang Zhao's gaze seemed to be numb, and he seemed to have gone through tens of thousands of times like a machine. His movements should have been tempered and improved, but for some reason, he didn't seem to have any spirituality at all. To him, these restless white ghouls were no longer living beings. He ignored everything. There was no longer any reverence in their hearts. Dong! The giant sword suddenly collided with the silver spear, causing sparks to fly out. Second Last's hoarse voice rang in Jiang Zhao's ears. Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses, but she grabbed his collar and leaped onto the top of the white ghoul's head before dashing out of the holy ground. At the moment that Second Last rushed out of the holy ground while carrying Jiang Shao, the starlight on her body surged out like a stream, and a white mountain snow feather immediately appeared in this world. Second Last grabbed onto the horse's hoof and flapped her wings, after which she was pulled downwards and almost drowned in the sea of white ghouls. Shao tried his best to fly upwards while the white ghouls below piled up and tried to climb up to catch the 2 of them. However, Second Last waved her hand casually and a gust of cold wind blew past. All the white ghouls' efforts were in vain. Just like that, Second Last grabbed the horse's hoof with one hand and carried Jiang Shao with the other. She then flew out of the snowy valley and dashed towards the stronghold of the Guardians of the Night. The 2 of them were carried by Xiao Xiao and remained silent along the way until they entered a cave of the Guardians of the Night. Second Last then threw Jiang Shao onto the ground. Jiang Shao held his forehead with one hand and seemed to have realized that there was something wrong with him. The Guardians of the Night quickly left because they knew that the leader of the light-chasing team was teaching the apprentice. It had been 10 days, and they would always rush back when they were exhausted every time they went out. It was said that the apprentice was not allowed to use any star techniques and could only rely on his physical strength to survive in the holy ground. The attitude of the Guardians of the Night towards Jiang Shao changed again and again. They initially thought that he was using his connections to train in the holy ground. Of course, the Guardians of the Night were disdainful of him. But now, whenever they saw Jiang Shao returning injured, they would always be full of respect for him. He might have come from a rich family or be a rich second generation, but he was definitely a real man and a tough and determined warrior. The Guardians of the Night had also witnessed the process of a playful and mischievous child gradually becoming taciturn. However, they did not remind him due to their status. It seemed that the leader of the light-chasing team had discovered it too. Second Last had long discovered the signs, but she only felt that she should interfere with Jiang Zhao's thoughts now. What happened just now? Second Last asked as she looked down at Jiang Shao in the empty cave. To his surprise, she did not seem angry or too stern. Instead, she tried to make her voice as gentle as possible. That might be the softest side of her, but unfortunately, Jiang Shao was not in the mood to feel it. What's going on? Jiang Shao smiled bitterly and thought, what else can it be? I'm numb, I guess. Although the Snow Mountain domain was 100 times more dangerous than this place, there was rest time during missions. They had to hurry, make plans, and chat. But here, in the holy ground, there was only killing, killing, and killing. There was endless killing and endless white ghouls. In Jiang Zhao's world, there seemed to be nothing but white and red. The world was so boring that even the cruel acts had been buried by time. Every minute and every second, there would be new souls killed by Jiang Zhao's sword. When fresh lives were no longer treated as lives, there would be a huge problem. Fortunately, Jiang Shao could still realize his own problem. It wasn't too late. Second Last casually inserted her silver spear into the ground and strode towards Jiang Shao. She knelt down and pressed her hand gently on Jiang Zhao's head. There's something wrong with my training method. You become a machine. What Second Last said made sense. Judging from Jiang Zhao's internal star map alone, his Xia family swordsmanship did not improve at all even though he had attacked and retracted his sword thousands of times. The Xia family swordsmanship was still fixed at silver quality level 9. Perhaps Jiang Shao had become more adept at killing, but his swordsmanship had not improved substantially. Speaking of which, the special training in the past 10 days had improved his dagger technique from silver quality level 4 to silver quality level 7. Star Power Abundance had advanced from silver quality level 2 to silver quality level 3. His archery mastery had also leveled up from brass quality level 8 to brass quality level 9. So I don't need souls if I only increase the level by a small amount. Proficiency is all I need. Jiang Shao lowered his eyelids and remained silent for a while before saying, there's no need to end the special training. Maybe we should rest for a day. His words made Second Last feel relieved, and she rubbed Jiang Zhao's head gently. I'll take you to eat fish. No. Jiang Shao shook his head and raised his hands to grab Second Last's hand that was resting on the top of his head. Let's relax in this snowfield. Second Last asked in a rare tone of voice. Huh? Jiang Shao fiddled with her long fingers and asked softly, You've been a guardian of the night here for so long. Have you really seen the borders of the snowfield? Second Last was slightly stunned to hear his words. That question stumped her because she had indeed never seen the borders of the snowfield. Let's go. Jiang Shao tossed Second Last's hand away and quickly got up to pick up the blood-red giant sword that was scattered on the ground. Second Last looked up at Jiang Shao and said in a hoarse voice, Change your clothes, wash up, eat, and sleep. You'll be in a better state. Jiang Shao answered, I need a white ghoul witch in a quiet and secluded place now. Second Last raised her eyebrows and looked at Jiang Zhao's determined expression. She nodded thoughtfully and said, If you get into this state again, I'll take you away from here. Jiang Shao nodded solemnly. He was filled with gratitude towards Second Last. Without her, the Platinum Blessing and Platinum Decoy that Jiang Shao had set would definitely be a distant goal. In fact, he might not even be able to achieve it. At this moment, the words Blessing and Bait were written in the columns of Jiang Zhao's internal star map. Blessing, gold quality level 9, 90 out of 100. Bait, gold quality level 9, 90 out of 100. Jiang Shao only needed to inject another silver-quality white ghoul, which star bead, and he would be able to see Platinum Blessing and Platinum Bait. Platinum Blessing. What kind of effect will it have? Platinum Bait. What kind of surprise will it bring me? Chapter 365. There was a group of white ghouls on the other side of the mountain and the other side of the sea. They were fat and had beautiful bodies. They were so happy that they couldn't find their way north. They were extremely pitiful because they actually encountered second last. They were beaten up badly and wished that their parents had given them 2 more legs. Whoosh. The burning bamboo arrow pierced the head of the last white ghoul, and second last slowly put down her bow and arrow, feeling rather satisfied with her archery skills. Brass 1,000 kills, skill point +1. TSK, what is sin? What is sin? Have I already lost thousands of lives unknowingly? Although second last was the one who killed the white ghouls, Jiang Zhao's internal star map also received a notification since they were in team mode. Besides the brass white ghouls, Jiang Zhao also received the Platinum First Kill and Platinum 10 Kills rewards in his internal star map when he was carrying out the mission in the White Mountains. His skill points had already reached 116 points. Jiang Zhao stood behind second last and said in amazement, "Wow, you're the legendary little overlord of the snowfield, right?" Second last was speechless. What a silly title. It sounds like the red and white machine from the 1990s. However, second last was happy to hear Jiang Zhao say that because it at least meant that he was gradually returning to his normal state. Jiang Zhao scurried forward and 2 black tails darted out of his body. One of them was connected to second last, who was behind him, while the other was connected to the white ghoul, that was roaring furiously in the distance. A gentleman helps others achieve their goals. You, the white ghoul, which formed a team in the snowfield and went around challenging other teams and powerhouses, all for the sake of climbing to the peak of your abilities. Today, I'll send you on your way. Jiang Zhao's giant sword intertwined with the white ghoul witch's sharp claws, but the battle was not that intense. The waves of star power surged towards the white ghoul, and it was clearly not in the mood to fight anymore. It was impassioned and sang to its heart's content, and its life ended at the peak. A gentleman helps others achieve their goals. Jiang Zhao muttered softly and chopped off the head of the white ghoul, that was howling loudly. I helped you, so you have to help me in return. Courtesy demands reciprocity. That's what good friends are. Jiang Zhao used his dagger to tear the white ghoul witch's head apart and took out the blood-stained star bead, feeling extremely agitated. You think you've reached the breaking point. Second last walked over slowly and looked at the agitated Jiang Zhao, who was half kneeling in the snow. She couldn't help but ask this question. It's just a feeling. I keep feeling like I'm just a little bit off. Jiang Zhao stroked his buzz cut with his other hand. I'm fine this time. I'm strong this time. Second last lips curled up slightly. She was more accustomed to Jiang Zhao's style. There's no one around, right? Jiang Zhao suddenly asked softly. Second last answered no. Jiang Zhao slowly stood up and stabbed the giant sword into the snow with one hand, while holding onto the silver-quality white ghoul, star bead with the other. He sighed deeply. The holy light will not betray me. As soon as Jiang Zhao finished speaking, a thick beam of holy light suddenly descended. Oh my God! Jiang Zhao exclaimed in shock and almost sent himself away. Second last took a step back, almost at the same time. In front of her was a thick beam of light that had a diameter of at least 5 meters. Besides, the beam of light did not vanish in a flash. Instead, it had been there for a long time. The sky in the snowfield was dim in the first place, and no matter how bright the stars in the sky were, they were still just stars. However, this beam of light was extremely powerful. It was absolutely divine. How holy was it exactly? Jiang Zhao was almost blinded by the light. After living in a dark environment for a long time, few people would be able to open their eyes when they encountered something especially bright. Even if they could open their eyes, they probably wouldn't be able to see anything. At this moment, Jiang Zhao felt like he was driving on a dark highway, and suddenly, a beam of light appeared in front of him. Stop! You'll attract others. Second last covered her face with one hand and squinted her long and narrow eyes. She tried her best to look at the violent star power in the holy light through the gaps between her slender fingers. The huge beam of light was just like the rainbow bridge in the fairy tales. However, the rainbow bridge was colorful and dazzling, while Jiang Zhao's holy light was just white. Amidst the pale white, there was a milky white holy energy that was frantically running amok. It poured down like a waterfall and spread out in all directions. The entire ground seemed to be covered with a layer of holy and aesthetic fluorescence. Jiang Zhao wanted to stop too, but his strength didn't allow him. To my holy light beam of blessing usually vanishes in a flash. Why does it last so long now? How am I supposed to continue? Originally, the holy light could only envelop 3 people at the same time, but now, the holy light beam with a diameter of 5 meters could heal a bunch of people at the same time. Holy light betrayed Jiang Zhao in the end. Although the thick beam of light did not directly land on Jiang Zhao's body, the restless energy that poured into the ground created layers of fluorescence that were like mercury spilling onto the ground. It was also like a sparkling lake that was glistening and colorful. It stained Jiang Zhao's feet. Yes, the flowing holy light spread out and stained Jiang Zhao's feet. In exchange, Jiang Zhao made a strange guttural sound. Second last seemed to have realized something. She didn't try to persuade Jiang Zhao anymore and instead retreated. Repeatedly. The huge pillar of holy light lasted for a full 5 seconds before it finally disappeared. Jiang Zhao lay limp in the snow. To be exact, he was soaking in the fluorescent lake. His eyes were glazed over, and his face was filled with intoxication. That night, he lay in a vast Milky Way in the sky and stared at the shattered stars. "Wake up!" A hoarse voice that was accompanied by the chilly wind woke Jiang Zhao up. Jiang Zhao sat up abruptly and patted the snow off his head, only to feel that it was cold at the back of his head. Second last patted his clothes and brushed away the snow on his neck. "Can you hear me?" Yes." Jiang Zhao shuddered. Second last was very agile and didn't push the snow away. Instead, a lot of snow got into Jiang Zhao's clothes, and he suddenly couldn't feel the back of his head because his back was cold and chilly. "Stand up, then." Second last seemed to be a little impatient, or perhaps she felt that the ground was cold. She simply grabbed the back of Jiang Zhao's collar and pulled him up. This time, there was more space for the snow on his collar to be removed. Jiang Zhao was on the verge of tears. "How can you serve others like this?" Jiang Zhao shivered in the cold and asked while shivering, I fainted for how many seconds?" Second last answered calmly, 7. Jiang Zhao was slightly stunned and asked in disbelief, "Only 7 seconds?" Second last said, "You're doubting me." "But why?" Jiang Zhao murmured in disbelief. "Why do I feel like I've slept for a long time?" Second last said, "The function of this blessing is very powerful. You are only affected by the scattered fluorescence. I wonder what effect it will have if you're directly shrouded by the beam of light." Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up, and he turned to look at the dead white ghoul corpse that was nailed to the tree by the arrow. "Why don't you try it?" Second last realized what Jiang Zhao wanted to do and stopped him. "Someone should be rushing towards us. Don't experiment first." Jiang Zhao got a great shock and decided not to think about it. Second last said, "It has a very good control effect, but it's hard for you to use it in daily life. Leave it for me to use when we're out on a mission." Slightly stunned, Jiang Zhao asked in bewilderment why. Second last glanced at Jiang Zhao coldly and said, "You want to expose the platinum quality blessing." Jiang Zhao was amused and said, "How can someone associate this star technique with blessing? It's already changed drastically. Would anyone believe that it's another rising star technique?" Second last raised her eyebrows and thought that Jiang Zhao's words made sense. Jiang Zhao said, "Besides, sure," Second last suddenly said. Jiang Zhao stopped talking at the right time. More than 10 seconds later, Second last finally moved. "Light chase, sir, on a mission," Second last said as she took out her identification from her pocket and tossed it into the distance. That was not a wise move. Under normal circumstances, If someone asked to see the relevant identification, the law enforcers could show their identification, but it would be best not to hand it to those who wanted to see it. On one hand, Second Last trusted the Guardians of the Night, and on the other hand, she wanted them to leave quickly. Besides, it was dark, and it would be a waste of time if they walked in. Second Last special military officer identification was soon tossed over, and the Guardians of the Night left without hesitation. Second Last also turned around and looked at Jiang Shao before asking, "Besides what?" Jiang Shao smiled sweetly and said, "The higher the quality, the more functions it has. I seem to be able to control its range and power." Second Last nodded thoughtfully and said, "Just like how I use Frostwind." Jiang Shao shook his head and said, "No, I know how to do that." Jiang Zhao's hand then lit up with a faint white ray of light. He had been rubbing Su Ro's belly like that ever since he was in high school. It was not a high-level operation. "I mean, adjust the gear," Jiang Shao explained and waved his hand, after which a brass-quality blessing beam appeared. With a wave of his hand, a brass-quality beam of blessing appeared. At present, there are already signs of this. This should be the direction of its advancement. When it reaches diamond quality, it should be able to control the range, effect, and duration of the blessing accurately. Second Last's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, she felt a tinge of joy when she saw that Jiang Shao had obtained everything. He had personally trained a talented apprentice. He had personally groomed a comrade who would go through thick and thin with him. He had personally created a terrifying star warrior. This feeling, Second Last lowered her head and looked at Jiang Shao quietly. "Do you want it?" Jiang Shao looked up at Second Last in bewilderment. "Huh? What do you want?" Second Last said, "Diamond quality blessing." Jiang Zhao's eyes were full of desire, and he stared at Second Last with a scorching gaze before nodding vigorously. Chapter 366. Under the illusory aurora in the night sky, two figures, one big and one small, were rushing through the night. To be exact, there were two people, a horse, and the corpse of a white ghoul. During this period of time, Xiao Xiao had grown up and become much smarter. In the snowfield, star beasts that could fly and cast spell from afar were like gods. Of course, even if they were thrown into the Snow Mountain region, they would still be a king-level existence, let alone in the snowfield. It had just flown back with the wind and snow. Although it couldn't speak, Second Last understood that it wanted to lead the way. Before that, Second Last released Xiao Xiao and instructed it to find a cave. Indeed, it did not disappoint her. As for now, the king level by Shan Shuyu was treated as a mule by Jiang Shao, who was carrying the corpse of a white ghoul on his back. Jiang Shao wanted to try and see if the platinum quality blessing could reach the level of reviving the dead. Although there were white ghouls everywhere, Jiang Shao was afraid that he wouldn't be able to find one when he wanted to experiment. Hence, he decided to bring a white ghoul with him. He was originally the one carrying the white ghoul, but ever since Xiao Xiao returned, the coolie had changed. If not for the fact that Xiao Xiao was still young, Jiang Shao would have ridden on its back too. Hurry up and grow up. You must grow bigger and bigger. If you're too small, you'll be crushed by Second Last. Soon, the group of people arrived at the cave that Xiao Xiao was looking for. The cave was not deep or transparent, and there was only one exit. Jiang Shao carried the corpse of the white ghoul and threw it into the cave before scurrying out and hiding at the entrance of the cave, just like a child who had turned around and fled after lighting up the firecrackers. However, the firecrackers hadn't been lit yet. Second Last rubbed her head and stood far away, seemingly afraid of being affected. Jiang Shao leaned half of his body out and extended his hand, after which a ray of blessing landed on the head of the white ghoul. The pillar of light suddenly appeared, but couldn't penetrate the top of the cave. Hence, it wouldn't be too eye-catching at night. The white ghouls in the holy light didn't move at all. Have they been dead for too long? Scream. Aren't you guys usually wild? Why aren't you barking now? Jiang Shao increased his strength again and again, and the beam of light that could accommodate a person continued to increase in size. However, the level of the blessing was obviously very rough. The beam of light did not increase bit by bit, but rather it was enlarged bit by bit. It wasn't just a matter of range, it was also a matter of how much energy he had. Jiang Shao noticed it too. The harder he used, the thicker it became. Oh no. Jiang Shao noticed that the range of the light beam was proportional to the intensity of the star power. In other words, in order to maximize the effect of the blessing, the range of the blessing had to be maximized. Finally, as the beam of light became thicker and thicker, the energy pouring down became denser and denser, and the holy light began to scatter everywhere. That white ghoul, his body had already been healed, so why hadn't he woken up yet? It was impossible for it to pretend to be asleep. Any creature in this world would not be able to pretend to be asleep under the light beam of the platinum blessing. If they did not make a sound, they would be letting down this big bottle of poisonous milk. It felt like something was missing. Jiang Shao retracted his hand and stepped on the stone outside the cave before climbing up carefully, for fear that the flowing fluorescence would taint his body. Something like the resurrection spell should be a super advanced item. Would it involve elements like the soul? I can't figure it out. Jiang Shao scratched his head and watched as the fluorescence gradually dissipated. He whistled at Xiao Xiao and tilted his head towards the entrance of the cave. "It's yours." Russell, Xiao Xiao snorted and flew into the cave cheerfully before gobbling up the corpses. Although it looked like a white horse with beautiful wings, its speed of eating corpses was actually just as fast as that of the white ghouls. That's a bold idea. You can try it again in the future. How's the star technique decoy? Second last asked in a hoarse voice. Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and thought, since blessing is the finale, the star technique decoy can only be decoy. Let's go, damn it. Jiang Shao suddenly felt a little dizzy, and the star power in his body was instantly depleted. Jiang Shao swayed a little and frantically held onto the stone beside him. What's going on? Jiang Shao shook his head vigorously. The feeling of his body being hollowed out was extremely uncomfortable, and he was so weak that he didn't even have the strength to hold onto the wall. Jiang Shao reached into his pocket with difficulty and grabbed a handful of jelly beans, after which he absorbed all of them. What's going on? Second last asked in a hoarse voice. Oh my God, you're scaring me to death. I know you care about me, but can you stop appearing and disappearing so mysteriously? Jiang Shao had wrong second last, because second last was walking towards him step by step. She did not slow down at all, nor did she deliberately take a detour. Everything was because Jiang Zhao's star power had been suddenly drained, causing his bodily functions to be in disorder. Lend me some star power. Jiang Shao felt that he couldn't inhale any oxygen and was almost suffocating. After obtaining some star power, he cast a countercurrent light on second last. Whoosh, wow, comfortable. Jiang Shao took a deep breath and thought to himself, I've finally come back to life. Ever since he acquired various star techniques, Jiang Shao rarely experienced the situation of his star power being depleted. Even if his star power was really depleted, he wouldn't be so silly as to overdraw his body to absorb star power. If he did that, he wouldn't be able to absorb any star power, and it would also severely damage his bodily functions. The scene just now was a living example. Jiang Zhao's codename was Nine-Tailed, but there wasn't a nine-tailed star pet in his stomach. Second last looked at Jiang Zhao's chest that was heaving up and down violently, and saw that his forehead was covered in cold sweat. She knew what Jiang Shao was going through. The knowledgeable second last had also forcefully overdrawn her star power before. She frowned slightly and guessed, the decoy star technique consumes a lot of star power. Very much. I originally had more than half of the star power in my body, but after using decoy once, not only was my body instantly depleted, but it was also greatly overdrawn. We're both of platinum quality, but why are you so special? Look at his blessing and sound of silence. It's such an impressive star technique, but he didn't say that my body was depleted, did he? Kid, you're very arrogant, aren't you? You're the first star technique that overturned me. I, Jiang Shao, am willing to call you the strongest. Second last said in the most heartless manner. You're very weak. Continue to practice. Jiang Shao was speechless. Second last turned around to look at Xiao Xiao, who had eaten the corpse clean, and said, "Let's go." Jiang Shao said, "Wait, let me try again." Upon hearing this, second last stopped in her tracks and turned around. Stay irrational. Anger and impulse are useless. Who said that? My codename is Nine-Tailed. Impulse and anger are synonymous with me. My creed in life is to lose my rationality. Be reckless. Rampage through the sky. I can do it. Jiang Shao took a deep breath, and the star power in his body had already been replenished. He was full of confidence again. Second last frowned and seemed to want to order Jiang Shao to stop the experiment. However, she couldn't help but ask after seeing how confident he was, "Are you confident?" Jiang Shao smiled sweetly again and said, "I'm 90% sure. I'm just short of your kiss." Second last was dumbfounded. I'm short of your help." Seeing that second last's face had turned sullen, Jiang Shao frantically explained and put the countercurrent light on second last body again. At the same time, Jiang Shao threw out a decoy. Whoosh! If Jiang Zhao's total star power was set to 10, the decoy would consume 7 of Jiang Zhao's star power. At the same time, Jiang Zhao's body was filled with second last star power again. She was indeed worthy of being a goddess in the Starfall stage. Her star power was simply inexhaustible. At the same time, second last and Jiang Shao looked at each other. The more second last looked at him, the more shocked she became. If it weren't for the fact that the countercurrent light was still connected to her body, she wouldn't have been able to tell which was the real one and which was the decoy. As the countercurrent light disappeared, second last was really dumbfounded this time. It's the same. It's exactly the same. Decoy Jiang Zhao's clothes and weapons even appeared on his body. Jiang Shao was also dumbfounded. At the next moment, a star map appeared on his chest, but only Jiang Zhao's body had a star map. Decoy Jiang Shao didn't have a star map at all. Can't platinum bait work too? Can't I open a Smurf account? Do I have to use diamond bait? Although I still can't have a star map, platinum bait is more than 100 times more realistic than gold bait. Jiang Shao was shocked to discover that he was now a dual-core processor. 2 brains, controlling 2 bodies? In the past, the decoy was just a puppet controlled by Jiang Shao. But now, the decoy had summoned another Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao suddenly felt a stinging sensation on his face, but there was no one in front of him. On the other hand, decoy Jiang Zhao's face was being pinched by Big Cat, who was studying it carefully. "Oh my God, this is too real, isn't it? It's so real that even I'm afraid of it. How can there be 2 of me in this world?" Jiang Shao suddenly controlled himself and mustered his courage to draw his sword and commit suicide. Puffed. Decoy Jiang Zhao's throat was slit, and he lay limply on the ground while large amounts of blood flowed out. Jiang Shao sobbed and stared at second last in despair. That scene made second last dumbfounded. She turned around abruptly to look at Jiang Shao, only to discover that he was holding his neck with both hands and breathing with difficulty. Astonished, second last lowered her head to look at Jiang Shao, who was gradually dying at her feet. She then held her forehead with one hand. Is this real or fake? After decoy Jiang Shao died, everything suddenly turned into stars on the ground, and the star power shattered before disappearing into the air. Seeing that the star power was dissipating, second last heart was finally at ease. In the distance, Jiang Shao slowly put down his hand and looked down at his hands in a daze. "I killed myself." Chapter 367. Jiang Shao, explain, second last said, staring at Jiang Shao, who was looking down in bewilderment. "I'm a little scared." Jiang Shao hesitated for a while before continuing softly. "There's suddenly another me in this world." Jiang Shao didn't want to admit it, but he was indeed scared. Jiang Shao was a relatively brave and strong person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to integrate into this bizarre world so quickly. He wouldn't have been able to enter all sorts of terrifying dimensional spaces and still be healthy physically and mentally. However, this time, Jiang Shao was really scared. It was a creepy feeling, and he was even afraid that he wouldn't be able to tell which one was the real him. Or rather, the question was wrong in the first place, because all of them were Jiang Shao himself. Jiang Shao continued, "The brass quality decoy is just a phantom, and I can control it to go anywhere I want. The silver quality decoy is at the stage of transforming from a phantom to a physical body. The gold quality decoy already has a physical body and is considered a puppet. I could try to move its fingers, eyeballs, and other parts of its body. However, the platinum quality decoy," fascinated second last asked, "continue." Jiang Shao took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and said, "It's no longer controlled by me. It's me. We both have our own brains to guide the actions of our bodies. Besides, our senses are the same." Second last's expressionless face gradually changed. She looked at Jiang Shao with interest and asked, "Can the knowledge it learns be transmitted to your brain?" Jiang Shao explained, "No, you didn't understand what I meant. It's me, and there's no such thing as transmission." Second last said, thoughtfully, "In other words, you can do two things at the same time. For example, learning and training." This time, it was Jiang Zhao's turn to be stunned. He pondered for a while and said, "I think so." Second last said, "Let go to college for you. Follow me back to the northwest battlefront." Jiang Shao was speechless. Second last looked at Jiang Shao and asked, "What's the matter?" Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, "Ah, I seem to have misunderstood. What kind of lousy decoy is this? It's disobedient and keeps committing suicide." Seriously, second last was speechless. Although he was joking, the appearance of platinum bait gave Jiang Shao a new idea. Jiang Shao sorted out his thoughts and relied on the white ghoul star bead to absorb star power. After absorbing all the star power in his body, he summoned the so-called decoy Jiang Shao again. In an instant, 70% of the astral power in his body was gone. With the previous experiment, Jiang Shao had a clear understanding of the consumption of the star technique. This time, he did not use the countercurrent light to seek second last's help. Second last retreated to the side curiously and watched as Jiang Shao familiarized himself with his new body. To a certain extent, the senses of the two bodies could be interconnected, but as Jiang Shao continued to familiarize himself with them, he discovered that he could also cut off the connection between the two bodies. It was impossible to cut off that kind of intense, suicidal feeling, but it was still possible to ignore the small action of gently pinching his face. Therefore, strictly speaking, it wasn't really cutting off the connection, but ignoring it. He allowed the two bodies to do their own things without affecting each other. The giant sword on Jiang Zhao's body was obviously transformed from star power. Due to the characteristics of his star technique, the giant steel sword looked rather real. However, once it left his body, it soon turned into specks of light and dissipated in the air. Jiang Shao thought about it and handed the giant steel sword in his hand to the decoy Jiang Shao. He handed it to himself. Besides, he didn't pass it to his right hand, but to his right hand. Wow, it feels so wonderful. While handing the sword to Jiang Shao sized him up and muttered, "TSK, this kid is quite handsome. Ah, he's going to go to college soon. I wonder how many beautiful girls he's going to harm." Second last watched quietly as Jiang Shao indulged in his own thoughts, and suddenly felt like she didn't want to take him in as a disciple anymore. Why am I thinking about how much this platinum bait can increase your strength, but you're thinking about harming young girls? In fact, second last had really wronged Jiang Shao. Although Jiang Shao was being flirtatious, he had actually already begun the experiment. Jiang Shao, the decoy, was holding onto the giant steel sword and executing a set of basic swords with both hands. His movements were extremely solid, and his strength, speed, and reaction were no different from his original body. Jiang Shao couldn't tell whether he was real or not. While feeling bewildered, he actually felt a tinge of joy. Jiang Shao handed the star bead to his other self, only to discover that Jiang Shao could really absorb star beads. Jiang Shao hurriedly opened his internal star map and stared at green glow and endurance. Green glow, gold quality level 8, 37 out of 100. Endurance, gold quality level 8, 37 out of 100. As Jiang Shao absorbed another white ghoul star bead, the data on the panel of the internal star map remained unchanged. Although their senses were connected, their star techniques were not. Jiang Shao didn't even have a star map. So what was the point of absorbing star beads? Of course it was useful. In essence, decoy Jiang Shao was made up of star power because decoy Jiang Shao was a type of star technique that allowed it to absorb star beads and improve its stability. So, does it need to eat star power because it's injured? Can I use a healing star technique to repair its body? Jiang Shao placed his arm on the giant sword and slashed it forcefully. Of course, blood flowed out, but Jiang Shao and Second Last were already used to it. Jiang Shao threw Bell over, and after a few melodious chimes, a faint white ray of light floated in the air. The medical light wave had yet to dissipate, and Jiang Shao raised his arm to take a look, only to find that his wound had actually healed. Was it? What's going on? I'm supposed to be made up of star power, so healing star techniques should be useless to me, right? If I want my body to recover, I should be able to use the method of star power recovery, right? For example, if a grayish-white scepter was inserted into the ground, others would recover star power, but I would recover my body. Could it be that I'm really made of flesh and blood? Could it be that this is a body of flesh and blood that is summoned by star power? Once I die, the star technique will be completely torn apart, and it will then return to its original form, turning into specks of starlight and dissipating. This star technique is too magical, although every star technique in this world is particularly magical and even bizarre. The star technique decoy still refreshed Jiang Zhao's understanding of this world. Second Last said, "It doesn't have any star techniques." The two Jiang Zhaos nodded. Although it felt awkward to be addressed as it, Jiang Shao could still understand it. Second Last said, "But its star technique is the same as yours." The two Jiang Zhaos nodded at the same time. Second Last said, "I saw your twinkling eyes." Jiang Shao looked at himself, or rather, at each other. He said, "Let's go back to the holy ground." Second Last squinted slightly, seemingly having realized something. Jiang Shao said, "I've wanted to see the scene behind the portal for a long time." Second Last seemed to have thought of something else. "This star technique of yours is of great strategic value. Since our senses are connected, you can stand here and describe the scene of the upper dimension of the snowfield to me." The two Jiang Zhaos nodded excitedly. Second Last's eyes lit up, and she said, "The decoy can enter and test any dangerous place first. It's the perfect scout. Life and death don't matter, and information can be transmitted at the same time." The two Jiang Zhaos said at the same time, "We can experiment here. I think this method is feasible." Second Last looked at the two Jiang Zhaos in awe, but she secretly sighed and thought, no wonder he's the descendant of the Wasteland Reclaimers. This star technique is probably the most suitable for the Wasteland Reclaimers. At the thought of this, Second Last suddenly realized a problem. One day in the future, when Jiang Zhao's strength increased, he would definitely beg her to go to the Dragon Cave with him. With the decoy, Second Last wasn't afraid that Jiang Shao would make unnecessary sacrifices. "Take it back. Let's go first." Second Last turned around and left. Jiang Shao also knew that it was best to summon such star techniques in the Holy Ground. If the other Guardians of the Night saw Second Last bringing two Jiang Zhaos into the Holy Ground, it would definitely cause trouble. "I can't summon myself so easily next time." The decoy Jiang Shao tilted his head and placed the giant sword in front of his neck. "Second Last, I love you," he murmured affectionately. Although Second Last had already walked far away, she slowed down because she had the star technique perception. Clearly, she had heard something. The decoy Jiang Shao said, "I can give up my life for you." Second Last stopped in her tracks and turned around to look at Jiang Shao, who was frantically adding to the drama. Jiang Shao said, "You don't believe me? I'll die in front of you then." He then committed suicide. He did what he said. Damn it, he's got guts. Second last held her forehead with one hand while the veins on her forehead bulged. Acting queen, that's enough. Jiang Zhao's heart was bleeding. That little joke did not make him feel any better. The pain was secondary. The key was the feeling of despair and powerlessness after committing suicide while he was still conscious. Jiang Zhao was really upset. Sometimes it wasn't a good thing to have the same senses. After experiencing it a few more times, Jiang Zhao felt like he was going to break down. That's not something a human should do, Wolverine, Deadpool, Ethan, Nicole. They're really warriors who are full of holes. Are they really that strong? Jiang Zhao had only died twice, and he couldn't take it anymore. Those guys who die every day must have gone crazy. Oh, there seems to be some lunatics among them. Second last stared at Jiang Zhao, who had a sullen expression and seemed to have realized something. She turned around and left. She had never experienced that before, nor did she want to. She had always been the one who took the lives of others. She also intended to continue this tradition. Chapter 368. In the Holy Ground, the two murderous spirits were back. However, the monsters in the Holy Ground changed too quickly, so the two of them did not have much of a reputation. The monsters had low intelligence and were brutal by nature. Hence, they had no intention of retreating when facing the two of them. That also caused the white ghouls to pounce on the two of them like waves. We, who don't know how to be gentle, thought that dying for love was just an old rumor. Jiang Zhao hummed softly and seemed to be in a good mood. It was hard to imagine that Jiang Zhao could still sing in such an intense battle and bloody battlefield. Although he was humming, he did not stop wielding his sword. His solid, basic movements had been thoroughly tempered and were pleasing to the eye. Compared to the white ghoul witches, the white ghouls were everywhere. Hence, it would be relatively easier to upgrade green glow and endurance. When my dreams are buried in the misty rain of Jiangnan, I only understand when my heart is broken. In the time it took to sing half a song, Jiang Zhao had already completed the mission goal. Platinum green glow. Achieved. Platinum endurance. Achieved. That should be the best preparation he had made before going to university. Jiang Zhao broke the rule. When green glow reached platinum quality, he immediately used green glow. A white ghoul that was pouncing towards him was hit by Jiang Zhao's giant sword. Whoosh! Jiang Zhao was dumbfounded because after the white ghoul's sharp claws were touched by the blade that was covered in green glow, its entire body spun and flew backwards. With a so sound, he disappeared. Indeed, it disappeared because a dent in the body of a white ghoul had appeared on the wall of the holy ground. Wow, is it that powerful? Just by touching its finger, this kind of touch could almost ignore the force suffered by the white ghoul and simply calculate the distance of the green glow. It's at least 17 or 18 meters, right? Besides, there's the wall of the holy ground blocking it. If not, would it be able to fly 20 meters? Try again. Jiang Zhao turned around abruptly and defended himself with his sword. A white ghoul's sharp claws tore at Jiang Zhao's giant sword, causing sparks to appear on the steel blade. Hey, Jiang Zhao chuckled and suddenly extended his arm to rub the white ghoul's furry head. White ghost, what are you doing? They were fighting. Be serious. I want to eat your flesh and drink your blood. Why are you rubbing my head? The ugly white ghoul was stunned by Jiang Zhao's touch. It hurriedly snapped back to its senses and tried to grab Jiang Zhao's arm. At this moment, Jiang Zhao chuckled. Let's go, Pa. One head popped. As the white ghoul's fur was too thick, the sound of the skull cracking was not clear. However, the white ghoul flew back with a roar, and the sound was definitely loud. Not only did it fly backward, but it also opened up an empty road in the crowded holy ground. The white ghouls in this line were actually sent flying backward by the huge repulsive effect. Endurance was a star technique that did not need to be activated. Just like the star technique perception, it was a star technique that increased one's physical attributes. If I summon the bait now, will my other self have the effect of platinum endurance? It couldn't be, right? Even Jiang Zhao felt that it was wishful thinking. While thinking about it, he did not have the time to experiment with the platinum endurance. He quickly retreated to second last side, put one hand in his pocket, and absorbed a handful of white ghoul star beads. He then used the star technique decoy. Jiang Zhao's star power, which was almost full, was instantly depleted by more than half. It seemed that his star power realm had to keep up. Otherwise, he might not be able to use the diamond quality decoy. At the next moment, two Jiang Shao appeared behind second last. Jiang Shao handed the giant steel blade to the bait. There was no need for him to say anything. After all, both of them were him. Even though they were dual core processing their own bodies, they were essentially the same person. The decoy Jiang Shao leaped up gently while Jiang Shao stood behind and touched his waist with his hands covered in green glow. Whoosh! Like a cannonball, the decoy Jiang Shao disappeared with a whoosh and was sent into the huge portal in the sky. Decoy Jiang Shao held onto his sword and bent his body into a bow shape. He leaned forward and his vision blurred. Suddenly, he appeared in another world. Is this the upper dimension of the snowfield? What's going on? The sky is a little bright here, isn't it? The decoy Jiang Shao held the sword horizontally by his side and rolled on the ground with the momentum. After deftly unloading the force, he stood up and looked around. In front of him was a dense snow forest, on his left was an endless snowfield, and on his right and behind him was a huge snow mountain. Jiang Shao looked up and saw that the steep walls of the snow mountain were covered in ice and snow. The shape was rather strange. The time here seemed to be different from the snowfield in the lower dimension. Everyone knew that there was no alternation of day and night in the snowfield of the alternate dimension. Regardless of when one entered, they would see a sky full of stars and the beautiful aurora. But here, in the upper dimension, it seemed to be evening. There was no sun in the sky, but the sky was slightly orange-yellow. Looking in the direction of the snowfield on the left, the clouds floating in the distance were also dyed with the color of dusk, which was very beautiful. The decoy Jiang Shao looked around, but did not find any space doors or teleportation points. Oh my, this is amazing. How do I go back? I came in through the gate of the holy ground, but where is the gate? Is this the magic of the space-time dimension? You don't know where you will be teleported to? The decoy Jiang Shao looked around. As the sky was still bright, his vision was good. Suddenly, his face froze, and he hurriedly lay down in the snow. Because in the snow forest in the distance, a pair of scarlet eyes shot over. This guy is a white ghost? The decoy Jiang Shao was shocked and realized that he was a step too late. The white ghost in the snow forest walked straight out, and a pair of scarlet eyes locked onto him. Wow, so big. Normal white ghouls are about 180 centimeters to 200 centimeters, but this guy is almost 3 meters tall. Gore! With a strange sound coming from its mouth, the snow on the branches fell, and the huge white ghoul dashed over quickly. Bang! The huge claws collided with the giant steel blade, and the decoy Jiang Zhao's body slid back 8 meters. His arms were numb from the impact, and he could not even speak. However, the giant white ghoul did not stop at all. Its attacks were continuous, and it pounced on Jiang Shao again like a mad dog. Green glow appeared in its sharp claws. Under the divine technique of Beijiang, the decoy Jiang Shao could not even stand firmly. Is this the lowest level of white ghouls? This strength, this speed, this violent physique. This is simply a gold quality ape ghoul king. Is this guy of the gold quality? How unlucky. He encountered a white ghoul leader as soon as he arrived. The decoy Jiang Shao tried his best to resist, but because he did not have any star techniques, there was nothing he could do. He was strong enough to defeat everything. In the face of absolute power, it was difficult for the decoy Jiang Shao to exert his two-handed sword techniques. His two-handed sword became a shield that he could not attack at all and could only resist the opponent's attacks. Damn it! The two Jiang Shao yelled in unison. No one paid attention to the decoy Jiang Shao from the upper dimension, but the Jiang Shao from the lower dimension caught second-last attention. At this moment, Jiang Shao was torturing and killing a group of white ghouls around him. With the help of the dual-core processor, the two bodies did not hinder him from completing the mission. However, The reason why the two bodies exclaimed in unison was, of course, because he encountered something that shocked him. He initially thought that he was unlucky enough to encounter a white ghoul leader, but he did not expect to encounter a relatively weak white ghoul. Another white ghoul walked out of the snow forest in the distance and scanned the two of them with its huge, scarlet eyes, seemingly thinking about how to catch both of them in one fell swoop. The decoy Jiang Shao could clearly see that the white ghoul behind him was extremely large and definitely more than 3 meters tall. It turns out that the creatures that are cast down from the upper dimension are weakened in all aspects. Not only their strength, star power, and star techniques, but even their bodies have been reduced in size. Whoosh! The white ghoul's body was huge and heavy, but it did not affect its speed at all. It crept up quietly and ignored the decoy Jiang Shao, who was struggling to resist. Instead, it pounced on its prey like a hungry tiger and pressed one of its huge claws on the head of the white ghoul, while the other was pressed on the back of the prey. It then opened its mouth and bit the back of the prey's neck. The white ghoul that had been bitten moaned in pain, and the two giant white ghouls rolled around in the snow. The decoy Jiang Shao turned around and ran. Is this a place for humans to stay? Once you enter the snow forest, the combat power of the white ghouls will increase exponentially. The decoy Jiang Shao ran at full speed while looking around and turning around at the foot of the snow mountain in front of him. After running for a few minutes, Jiang Zhao's pupils suddenly constricted violently. The decoy Jiang Shao and the decoy Jiang Shao exclaimed in unison again, "Damn it!" Second last finally couldn't hold it in any longer. In the holy ground, she shielded Jiang Shao behind her and asked in a hoarse voice, "What happened?" Jiang Shao held on at his second last back with one hand and said in a trembling voice, wooden hut." Second last stopped abruptly and held her breath. In the upper dimension, the decoy Jiang Shao raised his head with all his might and stared at the mountainside in bewilderment. There's actually a man-made wooden hut? Bang! Before the decoy Jiang Shao could finish observing, the extremely fast white ghoul chased after him and pushed him to the ground. The white ghoul opened its mouth and swallowed the decoy Jiang Zhao's head with its sharp fangs. Kacha! The white ghoul's bite force was astonishing, and it bit off the decoy Jiang Zhao's head. Puffed! At the next moment, the decoy Jiang Shao turned into starlight and scattered all over the ground. SS. The white ghoul flopped around in the snow, and it seemed that its intelligence had not increased much. After searching for a long time, it still couldn't find its prey. Hence, it turned around angrily and went to look for the other white ghoul that it had just killed. Amidst the messy, snowy ground, a giant steel blade lay there all alone. After an unknown period of time, a figure wearing a thick fur coat quietly appeared. The figure slowly knelt down, and his hands trembled slightly. He pushed away the snow that was buried on the giant's sword and picked up the cold steel sword. Chapter 369. In the former activity center for the elderly in Jianan Village, two figures, one large and one small, were flipping through the paper files. Ever since the officials decided to develop the snowfield, the entire Jianan Village was taken over by the officials, and the villagers were relocated elsewhere. It was said that all of them became rich after they relocated. The former activity center for the elderly was now the place where the military camps store the files. The dimensional space in the snowfield of Jianan Village appeared on June 23, 1999. The Wasteland Reclaimers entered to investigate on the same day. On August 7th of the same year, the country decided to develop it and set up the Jianan Village Snowfield Social Experience Project. While flipping through the files, Jiang Shao said, "It's only stated that the Wasteland Reclaimers Team 037 and Team 042 of the Wasteland Reclaimers Team settled in and developed the snowfield together. However, the names and serial numbers of the Wasteland Reclaimers were not mentioned." In the distance, Second Last leaned against the bookshelf and held onto her mobile phone. She then sent the numbers and said, "It's enough." Jiang Shao didn't seem to be in a good state of mind, and he seemed extremely exhausted. He put down the documents and asked, "How's it going on your side?" Second Last put away her mobile phone and picked up a stack of documents. She then flipped through them and said, between 1999 and 2016, a total of 31 people went missing in the Snowfield Experience Point in Jianan Village, 29 of whom were social experiencers and 2 of whom were from the Guardians. Jiang Shao asked, "Why are there so few?" Jiang Shao immediately felt that he had said something wrong and explained, the snowfield was invaded by mercenaries last time, and there were heavy casualties. Second last knew Jiang Zhao's character, and of course, she knew that he wouldn't joke about the lives of the soldiers. She didn't misunderstand Jiang Shao and instead explained, be it the Guardians of the Night or the Guardians of Night, they fought the enemy in a small team. None of the teams were wiped out until the end of the battle. Hence, the deaths of the soldiers can be verified by their comrades. Most of the corpses of the soldiers have also been found. Second last continued, I said missing just now. The 31 people who went missing vanished in a thin air. We're looking for the people who built the wooden huts in the upper dimension, not the dead souls. Jiang Shao nodded. Since it was a dimensional space, there would definitely be a large number of deaths, even if it was a low-level snowfield. However, the death of most of the experiencers could be verified because of the special team formation method that the country advocated. Jiang Shao pondered for a while and reckoned that the social cultivators should have been eaten by the white ghouls. In fact, the entire team might have been wiped out, which was why they went missing. The soldiers were strong, and there was no reason for them to disappear. Jiang Shao asked, since there's a rule that only awakened who can enter the experience points of the lower levels. Second last to awaken second experience points of the lower levels. Jiang Shao said, in that case, we don't have to consider the cultivators in society because they're in the nebulous stage and stardust stage. Last second looked away from the file and turned to last. And Jiang Shao rubbed his temples and said, I can say responsibly that the white ghouls I encountered in the upper snowfield were at least of the gold quality. They reminded me of the ape ghoul king in the arsenal. Besides, this white ghoul isn't an exception. This is their normal level of strength. Second last nodded thoughtfully and said, so you don't think there will be any cultivators in the stardust stage or the nebula stage who will survive in the hands of white ghouls of that level? Jiang Shao said, it's really difficult. I've experienced everything myself. I know how it feels to be chased by the white ghouls. From another perspective, Jiang Shao proved that there was no need to consider the members of society. All he had to do was focus on the 2 powerful soldiers. Second last nodded calmly and agreed with Jiang Zhao's conjecture for the time being. She picked up the documents and flipped through them. Guardian Corps soldier, name Hu Wei, male, Han nationality, 184 centimeters tall, age 22 at the time of disappearance, missing on January 18, 2011, went on patrol and did not return. Guardian Corps soldier, named Song Lan, female, Han nationality, 176 centimeters tall, age 21 at the time of disappearance, missing on January 18, 2011, out on patrol. Second last frowned and said softly, the 2 of them went out to patrol together. Buzz. Second last took out a black flip phone from her pocket. Without responding, she turned it on and placed it next to her ear. A few seconds later, second last hung up the phone and turned around to put the information into the folder. She said, we know that there are 3 people who are missing, but they are not recorded. One of them is a member of the Wasteland Reclaimers, one is a member of the Guardians of the Night, and one is an invader. Jiang Shao was slightly stunned and looked at second last curiously. Second last said, Guardian of the Night * Zhang Songfu. Guardian of the Night 386. Male, Han nationality, 181 centimeters tall, age 26 at the time of disappearance. Missing on September 2015. When the mercenaries invaded the snowfield, they were stationed in the small space-time tunnel in the northwest of the snowfield. When they were fighting with a mercenary invader, both of them entered the space-time tunnel by mistake. Jiang Zhao's eyes glistened because that piece of information was very valuable. He didn't know where the other missing people had gone, but Zhang Songfu had clearly barged into the upper dimension with an invader, In addition to this invader, there might be other unknown invaders who have entered the upper dimension. When the two of us stopped them in the holy ground back then, the scene was already very chaotic. Jiang Shao didn't comment, and after thinking about it carefully, he reckoned that no mercenaries should have escaped second last hands and enter the upper dimension. Besides, they didn't come to the upper dimension for the sake of entering. The mercenaries were there to destroy the holy ground. Second last continued. Wasteland Reclaimer Hyun, Wasteland Reclaimer number 042001, male, Manchurian, 177 centimeters tall, age 46 at the time of disappearance, missing on August 1999. Hyun? Why does this name sound so familiar? He's Hyun. Oh yes, Xiaoyan's mother. The two of them have nothing to do with each other. Jiang Shao rubbed his temples, feeling a little confused because he wasn't in a good state of mind. I hope it's not the Wasteland Reclaimer who built the wooden hut. 1999, 2016, 17 years? He survived in the snowfield alone for 17 years? He drank snow water and ate white ghoul meat every day? Jiang Shao thought about it and said, I hope it's Zhang Songfu or the two guardians. If it's the Wasteland Reclaimer Hyun, his fate will be too miserable. Second last nodded silently and said, have a good rest. Let's go and try again and see if we can teleport to that snow mountain again. Jiang Shao took a deep breath. The country prohibited people from entering the upper dimension. It wasn't that the officials didn't want to save him, but the key was that the teleportation between dimensions was too strange, and they couldn't figure it out at all. The more people who went, the more they would get lost. It wasn't a matter of whether they could save him or not, but a matter of courting death. To put it bluntly, it was a pointless sacrifice. It had been 3 days since Jiang Shao last saw the wooden hut. Ever since Jiang Shao brought back that piece of information, Second Last suggested that Jiang Shao continue to collect more information. Ideals were beautiful, but reality was cruel. Every time Jiang Shao entered the snowfield of the upper dimension, he would be teleported to a different place. What terrified Jiang Shao was that he couldn't escape the fate of being torn apart by the white ghouls every time. The tragic deaths again and again caused Jiang Shao to suffer a lot of pain and torture. The situation was extremely terrifying. The only thing that made Jiang Shao feel fortunate was that the white ghouls were very violent and lethal. Almost all of them would be killed with a single blow, and they wouldn't give Jiang Shao any time to linger on. Hence, they wouldn't let Jiang Shao experience the feeling of dying bit by bit. However, even so, Jiang Shao had been in a terrible state recently. That was also the reason they went to the rec center for the elderly. Although Jiang Shao was eloquent, he was actually very exhausted now. Be it physically or mentally, he was in great pain. Sleeping wouldn't be able to heal his battered heart. Jiang Shao decided to nurse himself after he got into bed. For the sake of his comrades who might be alive, Jiang Shao searched desperately and died desperately. Second Last saw everything, and her heart was filled with admiration and reverence. During the time she spent with him, she repeatedly rejoiced at the fact that she had made the right choice. What was even more terrifying was that he used his own qualities and actions to make her respect him again and again. If Second Last had a score in her heart, Jiang Zhao's score would have been overflowing at this moment. For the sake of a person whom he had never met and whose identity was unknown, Jiang Shao gave it his all just because the other party might be a Chinese soldier. Jiang Shao felt ashamed about that because he was not as great as Second Last thought. Jiang Shao only did what he could and used the bait to search. Perhaps he was a little desperate, but he definitely wouldn't be in any life-threatening danger. However, there were many things in this world that could not be achieved just by hard work. Jiang Shao knew how much the white ghouls in the upper dimension would be weakened when they landed. Jiang Shao also discovered that the snowfield in the upper dimension was probably hundreds or thousands of times larger than the snowfield in the lower dimension. Back in the Snow Mountain domain of the Northwest battlefield, Jiang Zhao's team cooperated with the Mountain Crusher army and could destroy a dimensional space almost every 2 days on average. that proved the speed at which they searched for the holy ground and the size of the dimensional space in the lower dimension. In the upper snowfield, Jiang Shao searched for a long time and teleported to a different location each time. However, he didn't see any holy ground at all. Forget about him. If the person who built the wooden hut was really the guardian of the night, Zhang Songfu, who mistakenly entered last September, it would be August 2016. In other words, he had nearly a year to search for the passage to the lower dimension. What happened in the end? He still didn't come out. What did that mean? The snowfield in the upper dimension might be so large that humans couldn't imagine it. Would a star warrior really not be able to find the passage to the lower dimension after a year's journey? Jiang Shao didn't think so. It was just Zhang Songfu who had gone missing recently. If it was Hu Wei and Song Lan who went missing in 2011, they wouldn't be able to be found in 5 years. Of course, that was assuming that Zhang Songfu wanted to return to Earth. If he liked living in seclusion, winter, and the white ghouls, Jiang Shao wouldn't have much of temper. After all, everyone had their own aspirations. Jiang Shao could only wish him a long life and a lonely old age. Jiang Shao looked up at second last and said, "It's the last few days. If I can't find it, I should leave this place. I've had enough of the snowfield. It's time for me to see the outside world." Second last walked towards Jiang Shao and patted him on the shoulder gently. "You've already done well. You don't have to force yourself." Jiang Shao forced a smile and said, "I'm really curious about what kind of guy would live there." Second last didn't answer and simply said, "I'll try my best to help you fill the white ghoul, which star bead. If your decoy can reach the diamond level, it might be stronger and you might be able to escape the fate of being killed by the white ghouls." However, Jiang Shao shook his head and said, "To be honest, I think the diamond decoy is still far away. It's hard for me to persist in my current state. I think I need a period of peace." Second last said, "Okay." Chapter 370. Damn it, Jiang Shao rarely scolded others, and even if he did, he would only say it in a tone of voice without any actual intention of scolding. But now, this one word could be said to be a solid curse, expressing the resentment and dissatisfaction in his heart. Why? Because Jiang Shao had finally encountered a group of white ghouls led by a white ghoul witch. Including the time he had a rest, Jiang Shao spent 7 days searching in the upper dimension. Jiang Shao and second last were grinding for star beads in the holy ground, while Jiang Shao had been trying to find the location of the first teleportation. However, things did not go as he wished. The snowfield on the upper level was far from comparable to the snowfield on the lower level, not only because of the size of the area, but also because the creatures of other dimensions were extremely powerful. Besides, Jiang Shao could not use any star techniques. Hence, Jiang Shao had failed time and time again. This time, he was finally lucky enough to encounter the white ghoul witch. The 3-meter-tall white ghouls were already ferocious enough, but the 5-meter-tall white ghoul, which was just like a lightning rod. It was thin and pale, and its wrinkled face was extremely ugly. However, its eyes were not turbid and were instead filled with a violent aura. "Please." Jiang Shao smacked the back of his head and said, "One white ghoul is enough. Do you have to use cannons to kill mosquitoes?" Hiss. The white ghoul, which had a big bald head. Its body was slightly twisted as it let out a long howl towards the sky. It was displaying its ferocious nature to its heart's content. A group of plump and strong white ghouls roared crazily as they charged over while howling. The entire snowfield seemed to have experienced an earthquake. More than 20 huge white ghouls actually ran out of the lower dimension. It was the night of 100 white ghouls, Jiang Shao. He wasn't shocked when Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, nor was he intimidated when a tiger roared behind him. Jiang Shao took a deep breath in the face of the thousands of soldiers and horses that were charging towards him and the snowfield that was boiling over. Then, he slowly raised his right hand. The international gesture, middle finger. There was only one thought in Jiang Zhao's mind. Damn handsome. Then his hand was bitten off by the white ghoul. Jiang Zhao's mind instantly changed. Damn hurts. Huh. Jiang Xiao, who was in the lower dimension, took a deep breath and punched the white ghoul's stomach. Blarg. The white ghoul's lower abdomen was almost smashed by the fist. The white ghoul spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. He was smashed into the stone wall of the holy ground. Damn it. Who told you to bully my Smuff account? White Ghost, 555, second last. I try my best, Jiang Xiao said after venting his frustration and hiding behind second last. Looking at Jiang Zhao's dispirited expression, second last felt rather upset. Without hesitation, she picked up Jiang Xiao and put him on her shoulder. Let's go back. As she spoke, she had already leaped onto the head of the sea of white ghouls and dashed out. In just a few minutes, second last threw Jiang Xiao into the cave of the Guardians of the Night. The four Guardians of the Night were already used to such situations, and they couldn't help but feel emotional when they saw how dispirited Jiang Xiao was. As the Guardians of the Night walked out, second last knelt down and pressed her hand gently on Jiang Zhao's shoulder. We'll talk about it when you're stronger. Jiang Xiao drooped his head and said, if you can find a good excuse, report it to the higher-ups. If you can't, it's better not to expose this information. We can't explain the source of this information. Second last shook her head and said, I don't need to report it. I'm well aware of how it works. We definitely can't send anyone into the upper dimension for search and rescue. Too many bloody facts and meaningless sacrifices have made us reflect on the painful lessons and set a strict rule. No one or team is allowed to enter the upper dimension. Jiang Xiao sighed and thought to himself, hence, when Hai Tianqing mistakenly thought that Jiang Zhao's high-quality star techniques were obtained by his parents from the upper dimension, Hai Tianqing told Jiang Xiao that he could tell the truth. After all, Jiang Zhao's parents had already been declared dead, so explaining the situation wouldn't implicate the two of them. Jiang Xiao nodded and raised his hand, after which a ray of blessing shone down. The holy light was not too thick and should have been maintained in the appearance and effectiveness of a silver-quality star technique. Jiang Zhao's body trembled comfortably, and he lay down with his head up. Endless killings. They were killed endlessly. In the end, I will become an indomitable man of steel. Great. The man of steel is sleepy and wants to sleep. I also want to pee. What should I do? Forget it. I'll just bear with it. I'm already lying down, and I can't be bothered to move. I'll think about it when I wake up. How can a man of steel like me get up just because I want to pee? Unless I can't help it. Wow, I feel terrible. Jiang Xiao opened his sleepy eyes and got up to go out to relieve himself. However, there was nothing under his feet, and he almost fell to the ground. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. I should be lying on the ground. Why am I lying on the bed? Is this Huayuan Estate? My home, my cottage? Wow, how long did I sleep for? The first thought that came to Jiang Zhao's mind was, I'm indeed a man of steel. I only want to pee now. Wait a minute. Jiang Xiao got a great shock and looked at his clothes. Where's my military uniform? Where's the blood on my body? Who changed my shorts and tank top? Who bathed me? Jiang Zhao's expression suddenly changed, and he thought, could it be that I'm no longer clean? Could it be that I've been tainted? Second last. Jiang Xiao scurried out of the door. Halfway through, he turned back and fixed the door properly. Where's she? Seeing that there was no one in the living room, Jiang Xiao ran to the corridor to take a look, only to find that Big Cat was not stealing food inside. He couldn't help but fly into a rage. She's leaving without saying goodbye again? You're awake? A slightly cold voice sounded from behind Jiang Xiao with a hint of surprise. Jiang Xiao turned around and saw his sister, Han Jiangxue. Jiang Xiao suddenly had a strange feeling. Before he met Han Jiangxue, he had never thought that he would miss her so much. However, she was clearly standing in front of him. Why did Jiang Xiao start to miss her so much? Shouldn't this kind of emotion only exist after separation? How strange. She used your mobile phone to send me a text message and said that your special training has come to an end. Han Jiangxue strode forward and tugged Jiang Zhao's hair. Your hair has grown long. It's time to get a haircut. Oh, Jiang Xiao answered casually and pulled Han Jiangxue into his arms. Han Jiangshue's body stiffened, and she struggled gently, but to no avail. She then blushed and let him hug her. I might have some mental problems, and I'm a little sentimental. This doesn't match my manly temperament, Jiang Shao muttered. Han Jiangshue smiled and said, "You'll be fine after a beating, right?" Jiang Shao let go of Han Jiangshue and chuckled before asking curiously, "How long have I been asleep? What's the date today?" Han Jiangshue said, "She used your mobile phone to inform me last night. It's August 18th, 10:40 a.m. now. I don't know exactly how long you've been asleep." Han Jiangshue wanted to say something, but stopped. Jiang Shao asked, "What's the matter?" Han Jiangshue's cold expression softened a little, and she seemed a little distressed. "You must be very tired. Battle, or? I saw the news. The situation in the Northwest battlefield has basically stabilized. I think you must have contributed to it." He did contribute a little, but he was also a little tired. Most importantly, he had to die more than 10 times a day. No one could stand it. Jiang Shao couldn't help but shiver, and he didn't want to think about those unpleasant memories anymore. It seemed that Han Jiangshue had misunderstood their itinerary and thought that Jiang Shao was exhausted because he was at the Northwest battlefield. In fact, it was the opposite. Jiang Shao was beaten up by a group of tall and strong white ghouls in front of his house. That scene, it was too tragic. They'll definitely be proud of you. Han Jiangshue retracted her palm and placed it behind her back. She then looked at Jiang Shao with pride written all over her face. "Oh," Jiang Shao scratched his head. He also knew who little Jiangshue was referring to, but the so-called parents only existed in his memory. Jiang Zhao's feelings for them were rather subtle. "Wash up. I'll take you to get a haircut," Han Jiangshue said. She said that you need to integrate into the lives of ordinary people and that the special training this time was very tough. She expressed her utmost respect to you and said that she would ask for credit for you. However, Jiang Shao wasn't interested in meritorious deeds. Second Last had already added the real reward to his internal star map. The Platinum Quality Green Glow, Platinum Quality Endurance, Platinum Quality Blessing, and Platinum Quality Decoy were not to be trifled with. Which king of the galaxy stage would accompany a kid in the nebula stage to fill star beads? Without her identity as a light chaser to accompany him, how could Jiang Zhao's strength have improved so much? It might take a long time for Blessing and Decoy to be upgraded. If it was still the gold quality Blessing, Jiang Shao really didn't know if he should use it or not. After all, its effects were too powerful. Now, Jiang Shao no longer had anything to worry about. The Platinum Quality Blessing could be automatically adjusted, which allowed Jiang Shao to nurture the entire university again. Jiang Shao planned to recuperate for a while and recover his mental state. During the Year 1 holidays, he would get Second Last to do some hard work and upgrade the quality of Bell, Imprint, Nostalgia, and Dawn. Jiang Shao wasn't in a hurry. It was August 18th, and there were still many days before school reopened on September 1st. Hence, he could have some fun. Besides, even if school reopened, it would still be college life, and he would no longer be in Year 3 of high school. People like Jiang Shao, who had a stable life in the future, didn't have to work too hard in college. College was supposed to be a stage where he could enjoy life leisurely. Jiang Shao had temporarily escaped from Second Last clutches and was ready to relax. But then again, the other students should be working very hard, right? The competition in school should be intense. After all, the Capital Star Warriors University was one of the top universities in the country, and there were less than 1,000 students from all over the country who were all top-notch talents. It was impossible for the competition not to be intense. I'll let these young people work hard. I'm better off being a quiet, handsome Buddhist man. Okay, I'll show off my platinum quality star technique to you after I get my haircut, Jiang Shao said casually. He and Han Jiangshue would be bound together in the form of a team, so it was necessary for her to understand the effects of his upgraded star techniques in time. Han Jiangshue smiled and said, Okay." Jiang Shao turned around to return to his room, but he suddenly stopped in his tracks. "By the way," Han Jiangshue asked, Jiang Shao turned around and asked curiously, Did I wear this singlet and underpants when you came back? Han Jiangxue asked curiously. Yeah, what's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. Jiang Shao chuckled, for he finally knew who the culprit was. Han Jiangxue watched Jiang Shao enter the house, but she looked a little flustered. She seemed to have thought of something as her fair and beautiful face flushed red. Chapter 371. He was wearing a white Viking short-sleeve shirt, black crop pants, black flip-flops, and a buzz cut. In Jiang Zhao's eyes, he thought, I'm very handsome. In Han Jiangshue's eyes, he thought, what is this? After accompanying him for a haircut, Han Jiangxue took him shopping. She initially wanted to reward Jiang Shao by buying him some decent new clothes, but what happened in the end? As they shopped, Jiang Shao ended up looking like that. Han Jiangxue felt that Jiang Zhao's taste in clothes was poor. Of course, the casual style of clothes was comfortable, but couldn't show off Jiang Zhao's aura. Although Jiang Shao was usually mischievous and frivolous, he was actually an awakened who had been training for a year. Although he looked thin and weak, that was only an appearance. In fact, Jiang Zhao's body was definitely very strong because he had been through life and death situations. He belonged to the type that looked thin when wearing clothes, but muscular when taking them off. In particular, after this special training, Jiang Shao seemed to have undergone a transformation. His figure became taller and more valiant, giving others an indescribable sense of comfort. Han Jiangxue thought about giving Jiang Shao a shirt, leather jacket, or a casual suit. He would definitely look handsome. After all, clothes make the man. However, Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue weren't on the same wavelength at all. He had to catch Xia by the tail and put on the flip-flops that he had been dreaming of. Han Jiangxue couldn't help but say, You're no longer a high school kid. It's time for you to change your style. What's wrong with my style? Jiang Shao spread his hands and sized up his attire before saying, Let me tell you, look at the people on the street who are wearing suits and ties. They're all salesmen. Those who are wearing short sleeves and flip-flops are the ones who collect rent from the landlords. Han Jiangxue was speechless. How about this? Jiang Shao asked as he picked up a baseball cap at the entrance of the shop and put it on his head. Han Jiangxue asked, Do you have a house to collect rent from? I have the heart to collect rent. Jiang Shao twirled the baseball cap in his hand and continued, I'm going to dress like the landlords first and infiltrate them to learn management experience. Han Jiangxue couldn't persuade Jiang Shao and still paid for the cap in the end. Perhaps because she was more concerned about Jiang Shao, she insisted on helping him put on the cap, but Jiang Shao refused repeatedly. Help me buy it, sure. Help me wear it. No way. Hey, by the way, I kept forgetting to ask. Where's Xia Yan? Jiang Shao asked while pinching the brim of his hat and twisting it. He felt that the more he tilted it, the better it looked. Han Jiangxue answered casually, Uncle Xia took her for special training not long after you left. Jiang Jiangxue turned to look at Han Jiangxue and said, You've been staying at home all this while you've been staying at Xia, Jiang, Jiangxue, and Xia and Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue nodded and glanced at Jiang Shao in bewilderment, wondering why he had such a huge reaction. Jiang Shao chuckled. Aren't you afraid of sleeping alone? Han Jiangxue humphed and said, Peace and quiet. Han Xia Jiang and said, Jiangxue Shan Xiao Tian Xia Imo I. And in Han Jiangxue continued, She's coming back soon. I heard that Uncle Xia took her to train in swordsmanship. Jiang Zhao's heart tightened. The Xia family swordsmanship techniques were developed by him. It seemed that Xia Shanhai had learned from his mistakes and decided to give Xia Yin special lessons. Poor Xia Yin. It's all your disciples' fault for being too outstanding, by the way. Han Jiangxue seemed to have suddenly thought of something. You have a lot of star beads in your pocket. Were they? I took a look, and there seemed to be a lot of white ghoul star beads. Is there a snowfield dimensional space in the Northwest battlefield, too? Or did you guys buy them as supplies? Star beads? Jiang Shao blinked and thought, Of course there are white ghoul star beads. The key is that there are nearly 30 white ghoul star beads. Second last, is one of us, and, according to her character, she would never keep them for herself. Hence, he reckoned that she should have left them behind. The question is, which pocket did you find them in? I haven't seen my camouflage uniform yet. Turns out that you've packed them up. Jiang Xiao nodded and said with some anticipation, let's go back. I left a surprise for you in those star beads. Han Jiangxue felt a tinge of sweetness in her heart. He's still thinking about me, even when he's out on a mission, after all. She liked gifts and the feeling of being cared for even more. Hence, she didn't reject Jiang Zhao's good intentions and simply took a cab home with him. Let me tell you an interesting fact. Although the siblings did not have a fixed income, they were not short of money at the moment. The rewards from the city, the Star Association, the school, and the team during the college entrance examination. At this moment, Han Jiangxue probably had at least 500,000 yuan in savings. Although 500,000 yuan might only be enough to buy a few high-end star beads for Star Warriors, it was undoubtedly a huge sum of money for the siblings. Although it was not enough for them to buy a house in the city, it was at least enough for the down payment. Of course, money was just a worldly possession. The star techniques that were absorbed into the star map belonged to them, and no one could take them away. Jiang Xiao was an exception. He could make a fortune from the dead. The 26 white ghoul star beads in Jiang Xiao's hands were the harvest from the first half of the month. Second last should have taken the rest of the harvest for the second half of the month. She deserved it. The harvest from the first half of the month alone was enough for Jiang Xiao to become a millionaire. How much could the white ghoul star beads be sold for? No one knew. No one knew either, because there used to be only one Snow Mountain territory that was controlled by the Yin family. No one had ever sold such star beads. Even now, the Snow Mountain territory had appeared frequently in the Northwest battlefront, but there were still no star beads from the creatures of the Snow Mountain territory on the market. Jiang Xiao also had a feeling that he would be taken away by the military as soon as he took out the star beads. I'd better not cause trouble for myself. Of course, there were many ways to cause trouble. Jiang Xiao could sell the star bead that was awarded to the MVP of the National High School League, the Void Scourge star bead, and he would definitely be invited to tea immediately. I wonder when I can absorb the Void Scourge star bead. My internal star map keeps telling me that my star power level is too low. Only a fool would bet on it. When the siblings returned home, Han Jiangxue found a box of tea leaves and placed it on the coffee table. Han Jiangxue sat on the sofa and took out a handful of star beads from Sky Smasher under Jiang Zhao's gaze. She then threw them into the box of tea leaves. They crackled like glass balls, and the sound was crisp and pleasing to the ear. White ghoul star bead, white ghoul star bead. While Jiang Xiao was identifying them one by one, Han Jiangxue took out a few red boxes from Sky Smasher that were labeled Fallen Shadow, which star bead *5 Void Scourge, star bead *1 White Mountain Fog, star bead *1 Ancient Archer, General star bead *11 Demon Troll, Fire Master star bead *1 Wow. Little Jiangxue is really thoughtful. She's indeed a good wife. Jiang Xiao looked at the delicate handwriting on the note and said to Han Jiangxue, I remember that the Demon Troll Fire Master star bead contains two types of star techniques. Are they large-scale and wide-range star techniques? Han Jiangxue nodded and said, yes, it's a gold-quality star technique called Earth Sorrow. It summons a volcano and splashes flames and rocks around it. It's the star technique that the Rules Awakened from the Capital 32 High School has been using in the finals. The other one is a platinum-quality meteorite fire that summons burning meteorites to fall from the sky. Han Jiangxue paused for a moment before continuing. I want to wait a little longer. At present, I don't lack output star techniques. Jiang Xiao took out a white mountain snow feather star bead from the pile of star beads with his left hand and snapped his fingers with his right hand. I think you're right. This star bead in my hand is from the rare Snow Mountain domain. It belongs to a creature called White Mountain Snow Feather. It contains 3 star techniques, Gold Quality Frost Wind, Platinum Quality Ice Roar, and Platinum Quality Nature's Heart. Han Jiangxue was slightly stunned and thought that Jiang Xiao had said something wrong. She asked in bewilderment, Platinum quality ice roar? Jiang Shao nodded and said, yes, platinum quality ice roar. It's instantaneous, extremely destructive, and extremely damaging. It's much stronger than the gold quality ice roar of the Ice Soul in the ice cave of Zhongji in Liaodong province. Han Jiangshui's heart skipped a beat. The difference in quality was sometimes an insurmountable gap. Jiang Zhao's blessing was a living example. If one were to be shrouded by brass quality blessing for the first time, their bodies might be a little excited, but humans would gradually get used to it. However, if one were to be shrouded by silver quality blessing, they would still have to scream and lose control of their souls, no matter how much they got used to it. If one were to be shrouded by gold quality blessing, one wouldn't have to think about how to endure it, and would just have to think about how to wake up. As for being shrouded by platinum quality blessing, forget it, just give up. There's no room for resistance, and you can only pray that the toxic healer doesn't kill you, Jiang Shao said. However, what I want you to absorb is not the platinum quality ice roar, but the platinum quality nature's heart. Jiang Shao explained to Han Jiangshua excitedly, as if he was trying to nurture her. Look at other people's resistance. They all increase individually, such as thunder resistance and fire resistance. However, this nature's heart is all resistant. As long as it's a star technique of a nature attribute, it'll be able to resist all of them. This is a rare divine skill that can help you save a lot of space in your star slots. As Jiang Shao spoke, he suddenly fell silent. It was because he had received such a message in his internal star map. White Mountain Snow Feather Star Bead, Platinum Quality, Frost Wind was speechless. Ice Roar was speechless. Nature's Heart was speechless. Do you want to absorb it together? Note, the host star power level is too low. The success rate of absorbing platinum quality star techniques is 40%. Jiang Zhao's breathing quickened slightly. It used to be 30%, but now it's 40%. Jiang Shao recalled that when he last came into contact with a platinum quality star bead, his star power level had yet to increase. Ever since he absorbed the star pet White Mountain Snow Feathers cub and ate the horse, he accidentally advanced by a small level and advanced from Nebula Stage Level 3 to Nebula Stage Level 4. In that case, would I be able to absorb platinum quality star techniques without any worries after reaching the galaxy stage? Well, not bad, not bad. Jiang Shao now knew what to do. I'll set a small goal for myself first. I want to break through to the galaxy stage before my junior year. Chapter 372. Why is he in his third year? Because the international competition was held once every 2 years. Although it had yet to start, Jiang Shao, who was in his first year, would not be able to make it in time. The next one would be held in his third year. Jiang Shao thought about it and decided to look at the actual situation. If there was really a talented and powerful healer in the same year or the previous year, Jiang Shao wouldn't say anything. That was very likely to happen. After all, Jiang Shao was going to the best university in China, Beijing Star Warriors University. Of course, good assistants were always scarce. If she was chosen by another team and no one could protect her in the international competition, Jiang Shao would have to bite the bullet. Jiang Shao could now use skill points to advance to the galaxy stage, but it would be useless. On one hand, he was still in school, and it was the time for him to grow steadily. There was no need for him to rush things. He didn't have any urgent tasks, either, so there was no need for him to do that. On the other hand, the galaxy stage was a rather important juncture where star power and physical fitness cooperated to achieve a win-win situation. If Jiang Shao used skill points to advance, it would be a waste if his physical fitness couldn't keep up. If he made a mistake in his operation, he would not be able to enjoy the opportunity of a qualitative change. That would be a great loss for him. Han Jiangshua looked at the star bead in Jiang Zhao's hand and asked, "Heart of nature? All attribute star techniques?" Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and explained, "No, it's star techniques of nature such as wind, fire, thunder, ice, and so on. Special star techniques like green glow and silence probably won't be able to resist it." Han Jiangshua nodded and said, "That's enough." Jiang Shao continued to ask, "By the way, You didn't acquire any other star techniques during the summer vacation, did you? Han Jiangxue nodded gently and said, Yes, I still have 13 star slots and 14 star techniques. Due to the fact that she was particularly compatible with star techniques of the fire attribute, Han Jiangshue's 13-star slot had 2-star techniques, consisting of silver-quality flame centipede and gold-quality flame centipede. She still had 3-star slots that could be used in the galaxy stage. Jiang Shao secretly prayed that the first star technique he absorbed would be the heart of nature. Please don't let it be frost wind and ice roar. She already had the control star techniques, barren wind and flame torch whip, and her output was even more explosive. Although the platinum quality ice roar could crush her output star techniques, nature's heart. Jiang Shao mumbled and continuously prayed for Han Jiangxue. He then picked out the 26 star beads and placed them on a coffee table in front of her. Han Jiangxue picked up an exquisite star bead, which seemed to be a world of ice and snow that was filled with endless wind and snow, emitting a cool mist that felt cold and comfortable to the touch. When Han Jiangxue saw Jiang Shao selecting the star beads skillfully, she couldn't help but ask, the so-called White Mountain Snow Feather star beads are very different from the White Ghoul star beads. But are you sure that these are White Mountain Snow Feather star beads? The star beads in the brains of creatures in the same dimensional space are similar. Jiang Shao paused and said, I've been studying Baishan Shuiyu's star bead in the Snow Mountain domain. Don't worry, there won't be any mistakes. Of course, Han Jiangxue had 100% trust in Jiang Shao. Since he said so, Han Jiangxue no longer hesitated and lit up her white flame star map. She then picked up a star bead and absorbed it. Due to the fact that the image of the star bead shattering and the cold mist fusing into Han Jiangshue's body, it seemed more like she had crushed the star bead. Jiang Shao looked at Han Jiangxue nervously, for fear that she would say frostwind. It couldn't be helped because the nature's heart was too helpful to Han Jiangxue. Hence, the risk was worth taking. Han Jiangxue exhaled gently, and her eyes seemed to be filled with frost. She said softly, Didn't you say that you wanted to show off your star technique to me? Huh? Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment, for he didn't expect her to say that. Oh. Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and got up to run back to his room to search. He asked loudly, When you packed up my clothes, did you see my dagger? It should be hanging on the leg of my camouflage uniform. The recurve bow didn't matter, but the half-toothed battle blade was given to him by Second Last. Hence, he couldn't afford to lose it. Although Second Last was a cold-blooded soldier, she was also a female, and women were extremely troublesome creatures. Their expressions were like the weather in June that could change easily. However, Second Last's facial paralysis wouldn't change no matter how much she changed, right? It was common for kittens to get angry, but I've never seen a big cat get angry. I'll pinch the big cat's tail when I have the time to see what she looks like when she gets angry. It's here, Han Jiangxue said from the living room. When Jiang Shao returned to the living room, he discovered that Han Jiangxue was holding onto a pitch-black half-toothed battle blade that was clean and had clearly been carefully cleaned. Jiang Shao grabbed the blade with his right hand and placed it on his left arm. Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao gently slashed it, and a white mark appeared on the spot where the blade had slashed. Han Jiangxue was slightly shocked and thought, Why has this kid learned to harm himself? What are you doing? Han Jiangxue frantically grabbed Jiang Zhao's right wrist that was holding the blade. Self-harm? Hee. Not only do I know how to harm myself, I've also learned how to perform a belly rub. This is just a small scene. Jiang Shao raised his left arm in front of Han Jiangxue and said, Look. Han Jiangxue observed it for a while, only to see that the white scratch gradually turned red and disappeared within a few seconds. It was as if his arm had never been injured at all. Of course, Han Jiangxue knew how sharp the half-toothed battle blade was. Even though Jiang Shao had used very little force, the blade had already left a scratch on his arm. It was impossible for it not to cause bleeding. Jiang Shao broke free from Han Jiangxue's hand and placed the blade on his left arm again. He said, Platinum quality endurance. Han Jiangxue felt a tinge of joy and asked with interest, "Invulnerable? Is your defense that high?" Hee, it's not to the point of being invulnerable. Jiang Shao then slashed his left arm with the sharp, half-toothed battle blade again, only to see a white scratch that gradually turned into a red bloodstain. Finally, it returned to the normal color of his skin. If I really stab it hard, it can still stab into the skin. Han Jiangxue raised her eyebrows in bewilderment. She had seen how much force Jiang Shao used just now, and what he said was different from what she saw. Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "You have to use a lot of force and the quality of the weapon has to be good. Otherwise, the weapon might break." Han Jiangxue stroked Jiang Zhao's arm and pinched it gently with her fair fingers, only to realize that there was no difference in the sensation. Her brother still had a normal physical body. How amazing. It's clearly no different from a normal arm, but why is its defense so high? Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, "As for firearms, I've never tried it before. I think it won't be able to defend against it. But then again, the white ghoul star beads are really easy to get. To be honest, I've never used white ghoul star beads before, and I've never intentionally improved the quality of green glow and endurance. When second last, and I risked our lives to upgrade the quality of blessing and decoy, the quality of green glow and endurance also increased. That's what it means to have a large quantity." Han Jiangxue sat back down on the sofa and absorbed another star bead. She exhaled some cold mist and asked, "How's the effect of green glow?" Jiang Shao said, "It's very strong. I can send it flying 20 meters away with a gentle touch. Coupled with my own strength and rich star power, the effect is definitely very strong." Han Jiangxue glanced at Jiang Shao, not really understanding how he managed to say something like, "I have rich star power." Although her brother was shameless, it was still a good thing that the quality of his star technique had improved. In particular, as a healer, he wouldn't have to be afraid of anyone getting close to him with the help of green glow. Han Jiangxue suddenly frowned and saw that the 14-star slot in the burning white flame star map had yet to light up. Another platinum star bead had been used up. Han Jiangxue shook her head and picked up another star bead. "Do you mean that blessing and decoy have been upgraded too?" Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Yes, blessing has become a large pillar of light with a diameter of 5 meters. It also has a splashing effect. Most importantly, I can now control the power of blessing. In other words, although my blessing is of platinum quality now, I can control it to exert the effects of silver quality." Han Jiangxue's misty eyes lit up all of a sudden, giving Jiang Shao a great shock. Oh my, even when second last absorbed by Shanxue's star bead, it wasn't that terrifying. Why did little Jiangxue's eyes get filled with frost? Han Jiangxue said in joy, "That's great. Blessing is your main offensive and auxiliary method. You can control its power. Be it against the enemy, me, or yourself, you can use targeted star techniques." Jiang Shao agreed and said, "Yes, that should be the direction of the future upgrade of blessing. I think that's the same for the other star techniques. First, they'll get stronger and stronger until they finally evolve and upgrade to lightness and heaviness." Han Jiangxue suddenly raised her head and took a deep breath before saying, "Huh." The white mist in his eyes gradually dissipated, and the 14-star slot suddenly lit up. "Silver. No, it should be a luxurious platinum." Han Jiangxue said softly, "I'm sorry." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. "Sorry? Why are you apologizing? Is it because you only managed to absorb 1-star technique after absorbing 5 by Shanxue star beads? Or did you not absorb the heart of nature?" Han Jiangxue stretched out her slender hand and clenched it slightly. Fine ice shards quietly appeared in her palm and rotated rapidly before turning into a small ice vortex that spun rapidly in her palm. Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple moved, and he asked, "Ice roar?" Han Jiangxue sighed heavily and spat out a layer of ice mist. "Yes, platinum quality ice roar. Your output, Han Jiangxue. Star weapon heavy cannon, super fierce." Chapter 373. Well, I really don't get what I want. But it's all right. Well, the output is never too high. There used to be only one Snow Mountain domain, so there were definitely only a few rules awakened who had platinum quality ice roar. Even now, with the frequent appearance of the dimensions in the Snow Mountain domain in the Northwest battlefield, there probably wouldn't be many people who had platinum quality ice roar. It should be limited to the army, and some powerful star warriors might be able to use it. As for the civilians, there were probably still very few people who had it, right? However, in the Snowy Mountain domain, second last only used 6 white mountain snow feather star beads to absorb 1 gold and 1 platinum, namely the Frost Wind and the Heart of Nature. Han Jiangxue, on the other hand, used 5 white mountain snow feather star beads to absorb 1 platinum ice roar. Han Jiangxue has 30 star slots, while second last has 28. What's going on? Home advantage? Is the Snow Mountain domain more suitable for absorbing such star techniques? Did second last get lucky? Was she particularly lucky that day? Or Han Jiangxue's White Flame star map is more resistant to Ice Series star techniques? Hence, the success rate of absorption is lower? Jiang Shao thought about it and comforted her. What are you apologizing for? There aren't many people in the world who have platinum quality ice roar. You're very lucky to be able to absorb it. This time, our team doesn't lack output anymore. We have to find a good shield warrior to protect you. Han Jiangxue lowered her head to look at her palm, only to see that the small vortex of ice fragments was slowly dissipating. Immediately afterwards, a mist of ice surrounded her hand along with small ice crystals. Jiang Shao finally understood what it meant to have skin of ice and jade. He finally understood what it meant to be beautiful like the moon and her wrists as white as snow. He hurriedly got up and scurried back to his room, where he found the clothes that he had bought from shopping. After rummaging through it, Jiang Shao found the sprite that he had just taken 2 sips of and hurriedly ran back to throw it at Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue reacted extremely quickly and caught the sprite that was flying towards her curiously. After taking a few steps, Jiang Shao returned to the sofa in the living room and sat down. The sprite in Han Jiangxue's hand was already covered in a layer of frost. Jiang Shao snatched the sprite from Han Jiangxue's hand. Wow, it's so cold. Jiang Shao unscrewed the bottle cap and raised his head to take a few sips. Whoa, his heart turned cold. But why isn't my heart soaring? I don't care so much anymore. Jiang Shao turned around to look at Han Jiangxue, feeling as if he was looking at a human-shaped refrigerator and air conditioner. Moreover, it was the type of rapid cooling. On the other hand, Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Shao in disdain and retracted her hand that was surrounded by ice mist. This was a platinum-grade ice roar. Once it was launched, the savages and ape ghouls would probably be smashed into minced meat. But you use it for ice drinks? Han Jiangxue picked up a few more white mountain snow feather star beads and took a deep breath. She then thought of something and asked, by the way, there's still one more star technique that you haven't mentioned. Where's your endurance? Has it also reached platinum quality? Yes. Jiang Shao hesitated for a moment before saying, my decoy can summon a physical entity. There could be 2 of me in this world at the same time. Huh? Han Jiangxue was shocked and watched as the starlight on the White Flame star map gathered on the star slot. All of a sudden, they drifted around and merged into the star map, disappearing without a trace. Jiang Zhao's heart was bleeding. Did I disturb her just now? Did I waste a precious platinum star bead for nothing? Wow, I feel terrible. Yes, she must have absorbed Frostwind just now. So, I was right to interrupt. That must be it. Han Jiangxue asked in bewilderment. 2 shrimps? Jiang Shao was speechless. Han Jiangxue asked, can you summon it for me to see? However, Jiang Shao shook his head and said, let's wait for a few days. Once the decoy is summoned, it can only be retrieved after death. The taste of death is very painful. Han Jiangxue fell silent and stared at Jiang Shao for a long time. She then gently pressed her hand on his and said, you must have suffered a lot during this special training. Jiang Shao forced a smile and clearly recalled the taste of death. He said, "It's nothing. When the decoy is upgraded to diamond grade, it'll probably be much better. Don't talk about me. Focus on absorbing the star bead." Jiang Shao picked up the ice sprite and took another gulp. "It's cold. The back of my head is a little cold." The two of them remained silent while the star beads dissipated in Han Jiangshue's hands one after another. Even the most composed girl couldn't help but feel a little flustered. However, Jiang Shao thought that it was a path that she had to take. After all, her star map was not very compatible with the ice star beads. Besides, that star technique was a platinum star technique, after all, and it was extremely powerful. Hence, the probability of absorbing it was naturally low. When there were only 14 star beads left in the tea box, Han Jiangxue finally opened her frosty eyes. Her body was emitting a cold mist while the starlight in her 15th star slot continued to gather and finally took shape. Platinum color. It's platinum. It's not frostwind. Han Jiangxue was filled with surprise, and Jiang Shao was no longer dejected. He hugged Han Jiangxue, who was on the sofa, and spun her around. He raised her up high and spun her around. Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao cheered and yelled happily, "Wow, I succeeded. I saved a star slot. That's awesome. Make good use of it. We'll find you a functional star technique or a star pet." Han Jiangshue's body stiffened and her expression stiffened too. Let me down." "Huh." Jiang Shao leaned forward and gave her fair and tender face a hard kiss. Mua, the veins on Han Jiangshue's forehead bulged. "Jiang Shao, pi." As she spoke, a crimson circle of flame spread out. Silver quality star technique, flame rejection. Jiang Shao was pushed away by the flames and fell onto the ground after stumbling around. Han Jiangxue landed steadily and looked down at Jiang Shao with an unprecedentedly fierce gaze. Her attitude seemed to have reverted to the time when she spoke a million words. Jiang Shao quickly got up, covered his head, and scurried back to his small room. He shouted, "Congratulations! Congratulations!" Han Jiangxue reached out to wipe her face and resisted the urge to try her new star technique, Ice Roar. She then glared at the door. Her face, which was initially tense and cold, gradually turned red. She then turned around and walked back to her room. Dong! The door was slammed shut. The next day, which was August 19th, 2015, was a rather interesting day. Han Jiangxue ignored Jiang Shao at all. Apart from eating, she had been staying in her room. How can you run away when we're under the same roof? Jiang Shao thought about giving her a day to recover, but it turned out that she was still ignoring him on August 20th. In fact, she didn't even leave her room. Did she accidentally awaken her otaku personality? That won't do. I have to make her realize her mistakes. Jiang Shao stayed in his room and played Give Me Love 5 for the entire day. He controlled Lao Chui and committed all sorts of evil deeds on the streets of Luoxingdu. The evil tyrant was finally dragged back to reality because of the growling of his stomach. Jiang Shao rubbed his stomach and looked at the setting sun outside the window before muttering softly, "Ah, poor thing. I used to be a toxic healer, but now I can't even afford to eat." Jiang Shao pondered for a while and thought about it. Should I do something? 15 minutes later, the sound of a cuckoo bird chirping could be heard. Han Jiangxue was standing in front of the windowsill, looking at the setting sun in the sky. Hearing the ringtone of her mobile phone, Han Jiangxue walked to the study desk and picked up her mobile phone, only to discover that it was a Weibo post from the person she was following. But that was incredible. The originally unknown little guy had now become a big V with 1 million fans. Official certification: 2016 National High School League Champion, 2016 National High School League Finals FMVP. Jiang Xiaopi, mischievous or not, just posted from Huawei, Mate 8 the sunset. Autumn bugs made a lot of noise. Brother Xiaopi, whom I miss day and night, has arrived at your door. P.S. 365th day of liking little Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue raised her eyebrows and thought, it's already been 365 days? 1 year? The number of comments on this Weibo post was increasing rapidly. Ever since the National League, Jiang Xiao had rarely posted on Weibo. Hence, he was finally caught by others. How flirtatious. Jiang Xiaopi, you're the coquettish one. Brother-in-law, I'll give you a math question. What's your sister's phone number? Wow, bastard. He actually posted on Weibo. Did something happen? Jiang Xiaopi, Daddy, I'm suffering from a cold. Please bless me. I'm opening the door. Brother Shrimpy, where are you? Weep. Xiaopi, Xiaopi, where are you? I'm waiting for you at the door. Shoo, don't talk. Shrimpy and I are already asleep. Good night, everyone. Han Jiangxue scrolled through the messages left by her female fans, asking them to wait for Brother Xiaopi at the door. She then casually tossed her mobile phone onto the table. Go to whomever you like. Knock on anyone's door you like. I knock, knock, knock. All of a sudden, Han Jiangxue heard someone knocking on the door behind her. Han Jiangxue's breathing stagnated slightly, and her frosty face seemed to have eased up a little. More than 10 seconds later, she finally strode towards the door. However, after taking 2 or 3 steps, her cold face tensed up again and she opened the door. The buzzcut boy leaned against the door frame and continued humming a tune. I made an appointment to meet you in the kitchen tonight. Stewed pork in double pot, 3 delicacies, chicken, and mushrooms. Han Jiangxue looked at him, who seemed to be crying piteously for food. She tried her best to hold back her laughter and pretended to be indifferent. Starve. How could Jiang Xiao be happy about that? I have to continue humming. In the middle of the night, stewed the goose in the iron pot, stewed the pork ribs in soy sauce, stewed the beans with ribs. Han Jiangxue felt like she had been brainwashed by the tune, and her head was buzzing. She couldn't help but place her hand on her forehead and say, Don't sing anymore. I'll take you to eat. Let's go now, a million words. It's the 1-year anniversary. It's time for a good meal. Chapter 374. Ever since Jiang Xiao sang a song for Han Jiangxue, his life had been very interesting. The two of them broke the awkwardness and resumed their warm interaction. The holidays of year 3 of high school were really idle. Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue took their high school graduation certificates and went to the police station to register. A few days later, they received their Star Warrior identification documents. It was a small black leather booklet that contained Jiang Xiao's photo, name, date of birth, high school graduation, and so on. The two of them were officially recognized as Star Warriors. In the future, if they were to be stopped during security checks, they would be able to straighten their backs. With this small identification document, the two of them could also use a special bag to carry weapons. However, the country was especially strict in this regard. Some Star Warriors liked to drive their private cars to travel. Even if the distance was far, it would be much more convenient than being stopped by the subway or airport security personnel. The inspection, registration, and filling in forms were extremely tedious. As college students who were about to enter school, the Star Association did not give the two of them any mandatory tasks. Han Jiangxue had always been the one paying the membership fees, and Jiang Xiao did not participate in it. Hence, during this period of time, Jiang Xiao was very relaxed both physically and mentally. Apart from training in the morning and at night, Jiang Xiao was free to do whatever he wanted. He also tried to develop his hobbies, such as dragging Han Jiangxue to learn how to swim. Their athletic talents were unquestionable, and they managed to learn it in 2 to 3 days. Jiang Xiao would train in the morning and be with his bodyguard in the morning. In the afternoon, he would soak in the swimming pool and look at the long legs of the ladies in Beijing. In short, he led a very comfortable life, but unfortunately, the good times did not last long. Soon it was the end of August. School was about to start on September 1st, and the two of them were about to set off for the capital. At this moment, Xia Changtuan, Xia Yin returned. Not only did she return, but she also brought along an invitation from her father for a banquet. What kind of person is Jiang Xiao? How can he be invited just like that? Hence, he turned down the invitation right away. In the end, he almost became bald because of Xia Yin. Of course, Xia Yin knew who had the final say in the family. Hence, she coaxed and pestered Han Jiangxue for a long time before she finally agreed. In fact, Han Jiangxue had been thinking about it too. After all, his little brother had used the 10th form of the Xia family blade technique in front of the whole world. That name was obviously made up. Although it had a miraculous effect and allowed the team to win the competition, it had a negative impact on the Xia family. Han Jiangxue thought to herself that she could apologize to Xia Shanhai this time. Han Jiangxue conveyed her thoughts to Jiang Shao, who pondered about it for a while and agreed with her. Would Xia Shanhai accept it? I don't care anymore. It's a knife no matter what. Furthermore, would Xia Shanhai's saber technique be good enough if they only fought with sabers? It's not that I, Jiang Shao, am looking down on him. If he really forces me into a corner, I'll raise my saber technique to the gold rank. I'll let him see what the 10th style of the Xia family saber technique looks like. I don't care. I've gone mad. I'm already inflated. At 1800 hours p.m. on August 26, 2016, in an ordinary residence in Jiangbin City. Come in, Jiangxue. Xia Jiangxue's mother, He Ziyun, smiled lovingly. After opening the door, she beckoned for Han Jiangxue to enter. After seeing Jiang Shao, He Ziyun smiled even more for some reason. Jiang Shao was flustered by her smile. He carefully entered the house and received the same compliment. He Ziyun said, Xiaopi has grown much taller and more energetic. Of him? Of course, Xia Yin knew Jiang Zhao's standard. If she were Xia 3-year-old, Jiang Shao would be Jiang 3-year-old. However, Xia Yin's mother was right about one thing. Jiang Shao had really grown taller. Jiang Zhao's body had been developed to a great extent due to the large amount of sports training he underwent every day. Although the food he occasionally ate when he was out on missions was not nutritious enough, the star beads made up for it to a large extent. As a star warrior, Jiang Zhao's body had been nourished by the star beads. Xia Yin watched helplessly as Jiang Shao was about to catch up to her in height. When she started year 3 of high school, she grew by 2 centimeters and reached a height of 181 centimeters. From the perspective of a star warrior, being tall and long was considered a talent for melee combat. She was initially very happy, but after entering year 3 of high school, her height stopped growing. On the other hand, Jiang Zhao's height skyrocketed, and he was now close to 1.8 meters tall, almost the same height as Han Jiangxue. Xia Yin scanned Jiang Shao from head to toe and pursed her lips. Hand over your shoes. Hand over my ass? I'm wearing flip-flops. They're thinner than the soles of your slippers. Oh, I've finally grown up. In the future, I'll be able to press down on the head of Husky. Just the thought of it makes me excited. After getting past Xia Yin, Jiang Shao saw Xia Shanhai, the patriarch of the family, sitting on a coffee table. TSK, Uncle Xia is still so stylish. The last time I came to his house, he was drinking tea and reading newspapers. It's still the same this time. This cup of tea has probably been brewed for more than half a year, hasn't it? He's almost memorized the entire newspaper, hasn't he? Jiang Shao tried to hold it in, but he still didn't dare to ask. He and Han Jiangxue greeted Xia Shanhai politely, only to receive a gratified and appreciative smile from Xia Shanhai. You two siblings are really outstanding. What you've done has far exceeded everyone's expectations. Your parents will definitely be very pleased to see this. This was Xia Shanhai's polite way of opening the conversation. Jiang Shao, who was reserved, was ready to use gentleness to overcome toughness. Jiang Shao smiled and said, Uncle Xia, you must be joking. This is a team effort, and Xia Yin has contributed a lot too. She created history with us and led the Beijing province team to stand at the top of the country. Xia Shanhai nodded in satisfaction and praised, Good. You're not arrogant or rash. You've really grown up and deserve all these honors. Regardless of whether I deserve it or not, the trophies and medals are all in my house anyway. My ranking has also been recorded in history. After chatting for a while, the family banquet finally began under He Ziyun's invitation. Xia Shanhai did not blame Jiang Shao. In fact, he didn't even mention the Xia family's swordsmanship, as if he had forgotten about it. Han Jiangxue took the initiative to mention it, and even wanted to apologize, but Xia Shanhai stopped her. He waved his hand to indicate that he didn't take it to heart. That's right. Fighting and killing are not just about fighting and killing. It's about the ways of the world. Jiang Shao drank several glasses of peach juice with Xia Shanhai in a row. It might really be just a farewell banquet. According to Xia Shanhai, neither he nor Xia Yan's mother would accompany Xia Yan to the capital because of Xia Yan's strong request. Xia Yan and Han Jiangxue were studying in the same school as Xia Yan, so they hoped that Han Jiangxue would take care of her. Jiang Shao could tell from Xia Shanhai's words that he was pleading with him. Xia Shanhai hoped that Han Jiangxue could continue to take care of Xia Yan and include her in the team. Parents are always kind to each other. Perhaps Xia Yan didn't take forming a team seriously, and she might even think that it was only right and proper for the team to continue staying together. However, Xia Shanhai, who knew how society worked, wouldn't take anything as a given. That was the Star Warriors University of the capital. Year after year, a large number of top seedlings would gather there. If it was purely based on ability, Xia Yan would probably be ranked at the back. What kind of person was Han Jiangxue? She was a super student who would be fought over everywhere. In fact, the students didn't even have to fight for her in private. The teachers would probably take the initiative to arrange a team. At this juncture, Han Jiangxue's thoughts were very important. Xia Shanhai's worries were not unreasonable, but from Han Jiangxue's perspective, she couldn't abandon Xia Yan. On one hand, it was because of the relationship between the two of them. On the other hand, Xia Yan's abilities and talent were above the standard. Poor Xia Yan. She clearly had 28 star slots and had obtained them through hard work. Yet, she was still underestimated by her father and even thought that she would be despised by her teammates. The same problem also occurred to Jiang Shao. Even though he won the national championship and even won the FMVP award over Shuang Xinghe, he still wasn't taken seriously. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Shao never received the respect he deserved. After hearing Jiang Zhao's name, most people would say, "Oh, he's that high school assistant. He's quite impressive. However, he has too few star slots and low qualifications. There's no room for growth." It seemed that Jiang Shao had already reached the pinnacle after becoming the champion and entering the Capital Star Warriors University. Jiang Shao ignored the netizens' characterization of him. In fact, some people even thought of all sorts of reasons to belittle Jiang Shao in order to gain a sense of existence. It was as if they would be able to step on Jiang Shao and gain great satisfaction if they were to belittle the champion. When they encountered an accident in reality, they would probably kneel down and kowtow to any medical star warrior who was of a lower level. They would also cry and beg for help. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 dishes, Mr. and Mrs. Xia gave the children a good lecture, which could be considered to have completely closed the door on their high school careers and started their university careers. Xia Yan had been listening to them for a long time and was getting impatient too. After saying a few words to her parents, they stopped talking about it. Xia Shanhai began to be concerned about Jiang Zhao's holiday activities. He reckoned that he should have found out from Xia Yan that Jiang Shao had become a guardian of the Night Apprentice. Xia Shanhai looked at Jiang Shao and asked with concern, "Have you adapted to the rhythm of the light-chasing team?" Jiang Shao nodded and said, "It's all right. Master takes good care of me." Xia Shanhai said with relief, "That's good, then." Xia Shanhai seemed to have thought of something and asked with concern, "I heard that you went to the Northwest battlefront and experienced a lot of dangerous dimensional spaces, right?" Jiang Shao downed the peach juice in one gulp and thought about his life in the Snow Mountain domain, as well as his tragic death in the snowfield. In the end, he nodded with a smile and said, "I've crossed mountains, rivers, and seas as well as people." Chapter 375. It was a family banquet, and both the host and the guests enjoyed themselves. By the time it ended, it was already past 9 p.m. Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue left the Xia family's home together with Xia Yan, who left together with Xia Yan. Xia Yan had not lived at home for a long time, partly because Xia Yan's father did not know how to deal with the relationship between father and daughter. Perhaps It was also because there was no room for two tigers in the same mountain. Such problems were common in China and would probably exist for a long time due to educational issues. In the hearts of some parents, the child who had grown up relying on them was akin to an accessory. During the existence of such a relationship, the child would inadvertently be objectified. Even after such a relationship was severed, such a concept might still exist in the parents' hearts. Although the Huaxia people were unwilling to admit it, it had been passed down from generation to generation, and people would more or less have such ideas in their hearts. When a child grew up, or had their own independent thoughts and mature/immature ideas, whenever parents and children had different ideas, such contradictions would easily break out. Unlike ordinary parents and children, Xiaoyan's father was very busy, while her mother was very rich. Her father's tradition and strictness and her mother's doting and pampering caused Xiaoyan to move out of the house early. Unlike other ordinary families, Xiaoyan was an awakened. Ever since she awakened her star power, she had been instilled with a series of concepts such as fighting, competition, and competition in school. Those factors had long been integrated into the blood of every star warrior. Regardless of whether one was innately strong or not, the school, society, and country would all guide one to be full of fighting spirit and competitive. Putting aside the right and wrong of every conflict and the right and wrong of growing up, when two people with strong personalities had to get along, they would definitely have to pay attention to the proper methods. Otherwise, the outcome would be obvious. Xiaoyan drove her black Land Rover and roared all the way to Huayuan Estate in Dongqing District. I wonder if her engine has leaked oil before. I wonder if I can get her car for 660,000 yuan. Anyway, she was driving rather aggressively, and Jiang Xiao dare not ask. Ever since she left home, she had been in a bad mood, and she no longer looked like the crazy 3-year-old Xia she used to. Her expression was rather sullen, too. After sending the siblings upstairs, Xia Yin did not leave. Instead, she sat down on the sofa with Han Jiangxue and took out a small square box from her pocket. Jiang Xiao recognized the small square box, which was a symbol of star beads. Han Jiangxue frowned slightly and turned to look at Xia Yin. "What do you mean?" Xia Yin smiled and said, "Have you forgotten what you asked me to do?" Han Jiangxue was slightly stunned and said in embarrassment, "Thank you." "You're welcome," Xia Yin said casually, not bothered by Han Jiangxue's attitude. It was rather interesting. Xia Yin clearly didn't get along well with Xia Shanhai, but she got along well with Han Jiangxue, who was equally domineering. Most of the time that the two of them interacted with each other, Xia Yin would always be the one to give in first, or rather, she was the one who was relatively magnanimous. The relationship between friends and father and daughter was so complicated that it gave him a headache. Jiang Xiao looked at the small square box curiously and asked, "What star bead is it? What star technique do you fancy?" Jiang Xiao knew that Han Jiangxue had some spare cash on hand. Even if she went bankrupt, it wouldn't be impossible for her to buy 1 or 2 high-quality star beads. Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin looked at each other and pondered for a while before tossing the small square box to Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao opened the small square box and saw 3 grayish-brown star beads. Among the star beads that Jiang Xiao had come into contact with, the mainstream ones were blue, white, and red. The grayish-brown ones were rather rare. Could they be Earth or Sansiri star beads? Han Jiangxue said, "Star bead from Korea." Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. China was vast and rich in resources. What kind of star beads did it not have? He didn't even need to ask for star beads from Bang Bang. The three of them had been discussing the topic of concealment for a long time. Jiang Xiao was busy with the mission with second last, but he didn't realize that Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin had already taken action. Jiang Xiao held a star bead in his hand, and the relevant information appeared in his internal star map. Earth Hibiscus Star Bead, Gold Quality, Star Technique. 1. Earth Light. When the star map vibrates violently, there will always be a strong ray of light. Condenses star power, vibrates, and changes the original appearance of the star map. During the activation of this star technique, the use of other star techniques may cause one's own star power to go berserk. Star power will be continuously consumed when activated. Silver quality, upgradable too. Star concealment. Hides the fluctuations of star power in the body. During the activation of this star technique, the use of other star techniques may cause one's own star power to go berserk. Star power will be continuously consumed when activated. Silver quality, upgradable, 3. Secondary image, second face. Star power will be continuously consumed when activated. Silver quality, upgradable. Do you want to absorb them together? What kind of star technique names are these? Are they all automatically translated from the internal star map? Apart from the second star technique, star concealment, which can be understood literally, are the others proper nouns? What the hell is Earthlight? What's a secondary image? Why does it seem like an official position in ancient times? Although the name was not easy to understand, the introduction was understandable. Smuggling is against the law, Jiang Shao said while pretending to look at the star beads. Xia Yin leaned against the sofa and crossed her legs, looking rather troubled. She did not intend to bicker with Jiang Shao and simply said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." Han Jiangxue looked at Xia Yin thoughtfully and clearly sensed that she was behaving strangely. She turned around and said, "I've specially checked and found out that it can change one's appearance, star power, and even change one's star map." "Oh, let me see." Jiang Shao picked up his mobile phone and began to check. Of course, he was well aware of the effects of the various star techniques. After putting on an act, he decided to check the names of the strange star techniques to see if they were translated from Korean. Xia Yin suddenly said, "Basically, every country has their own star techniques that can be seen through. Only when a user has a high level of star power and a deep understanding of the star technique can they ensure that nothing goes wrong. Fugitives have to be more skillful than their pursuers. Otherwise, it's only right for them to be caught." Xia Yan's words were rather interesting because she compared disguise to a fugitive. Jiang Shao had already found out the meaning of Earthlight and realized that it was really a special term. Earthlight, the light that appears in the sky above the affected area when an earthquake occurs. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. It should be a coincidence, right? Did the Korean translation just happen to have this term in Chinese? Did the words coincidentally overlap? Deputy Prime Minister. That's just an ancient official title, all right? Okay, don't be conflicted. The meaning is completely different. Jiang Shao handed the small square box to Han Jiangxue and gestured for her to keep it. No one had an infinite number of star slots. Besides, Jiang Zhao's smooth plan had yet to succeed. Hence, he decided to study it carefully. On the other side of the sofa, Xia Yin finally spoke up. "I understand what he means." Jiang Shao asked him. Xia Yin answered, "Xia Shanhai." Han Jiangxue had long noticed Xia Yan's strange behavior. She reached out and gently placed her hand on Xia Yan's shoulder. Xia Yin forced a smile and said, "I initially thought that tonight would be a farewell party and a celebration party to congratulate the three of us for being admitted to the highest academy in China. However, I didn't expect him to have other thoughts." Han Jiangxue thought about it again and said, "Uncle Xia did it for..." Halfway through her sentence, Han Jiangxue stopped abruptly because she knew that Xia Yin didn't like to hear such words. Who wouldn't be rebellious at the age of 18? Or rather, if one's thoughts were not in line with one's parents, would one be labeled as rebellious forever? At present, Han Jiangxue's words were hardly effective because she was the strongest person standing at the top of the mountain. Xia Shanhai's words tonight were essentially because of Xia Yan's strength. Xia Yin sighed softly and said, "After you two entered, the first thing he said to you was..." Jiang Shao had a deep impression of it because he was a little narrow-minded at that time. He thought that the compliment was just a polite opening from Xia Shanhai. However, that wasn't the case. Xia Shanhai was really gratified, and he was purely praising and encouraging the siblings. "What you guys obtained easily is the most extravagant thing for me." Xia Yin rubbed her forehead gently with one hand. "Ever since we returned from the National League, I haven't received any praise from him at all. Even during the training during the holidays, he didn't seem to look me in the eye." Han Jiangxue looked a little hesitant and gently stroked Xia Yan's arm, not knowing how to comfort her. After all, that was the way the Xia family interacted and educated them. Xia Yin scratched her chestnut-colored hair and seemed to be a little irritated. He never took my achievements seriously, or rather, deep down, he doesn't think that I deserve them, Jiang Xiao said. The victory of the team belongs to everyone. If you want, I can analyze your role in every battle. Without you, our team would have failed and gone home a long time ago. Xia Yin smiled bitterly and said, I know, but maybe he thinks that another melee fighter would do better than me. It doesn't matter what he thinks. While speaking, Jiang Xiao walked towards Xia Yin's sofa, squatted down, and looked straight into her eyes. What's important is what you think. Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Zhao's serious expression and felt rather complicated. People always say that people grow up slowly. Maybe not. A thoughtful remark and a mature action. People might grow up in an instant. People always say that people grow old slowly. Actually, that's not the case. A gaze that occasionally loses its luster and a heart that is exhausted and powerless. People always grow old in an instant. She was just glad that their lives had just begun. Chapter 376. It was the beginning of September. Outside the Beijing International Airport, two young and beautiful girls with extraordinary temperament attracted the attention of a large number of passengers. The reason for the large number of passengers was because there were too many good-looking men and women in the capital. Jiang Xiao was wearing a Viking short-sleeve shirt, loose pants, flip-flops, and a cap on his head. His casual demeanor was rather compatible with the two girls beside him. Xia Yin was wearing a pair of short denim shorts that revealed her long and beautiful legs. She was also wearing a white t-shirt and a round hat to block out the sun. She was also wearing flip-flops on her fair and tender feet. It turned out that Xia Yin and Jiang Xiao had similar tastes. Han Jiangxue did not get led astray by the two rascals. She was wearing a light yellow knee-length dress and a sun hat. She also lowered her head and quickly left the place with the two rascals. Her reputation was not to be trifled with. As the champion of a high school league and the best rules awakened in the galaxy, she had the awareness of being a celebrity. Hence, it would be easy for her to be stopped. The three of them hailed a cab and went straight to Beijing Star Warriors University. On the way there, Xia Yin was still thinking about renting a house near the school and buying a car. However, during the 2-hour journey, Xia Yin gave up on the idea of buying a car because the chauffeur complained about it, and she also experienced the traffic conditions of the capital. However, it seems that the idea of renting a house hasn't dissipated. In fact, there was no need for Xia Yin to rent a house outside. There were all kinds of houses in the school that were enough to satisfy her various needs. The only thing that kept Xia Yin from renting a house was the fact that it would be difficult for her to stay with Han Jiangxue. Hence, she had no choice but to rent a house outside. In Beijing Star Warriors University, there were dormitories for 2, 4, 6, and 8 people. The school would allocate the dormitories according to the students' grades and subjective opinions. The first point was needless to say. To a certain extent, it reflected the abilities of the students. Those with high comprehensive scores in the college entrance examination would be given priority. As for the second point, it was the so-called subjective opinions of the students. It was not enough to just think about it. She had to show it. How could she show it? Was there a need to ask? Money. Beijing Star Warriors University occupied a large area, and there were many dormitories ranging from high-end to low-end. Apart from villas with separate doors and courtyards, there were all kinds of student rooms. Since they only accepted less than 1,000 students each year, there was no shortage of housing. In short, it could be summed up in one sentence. Either you have the strength or you have the money. The world is yours. Although the school was located in the southern suburbs of the imperial capital, the suburbs of a place like the capital were also overcrowded. There was an endless stream of cars. The traffic was jammed at the school entrance. The three of them got out of the car and saw students carrying big and small bags. As soon as Jiang Xiao got out of the car, he looked at the modern-styled school gate and couldn't help but sigh deeply. He wanted to complain, but his mouth was dry after chatting with the driver for a long time. Hence, he didn't say anything. Xiaoyan was very curious about everything around her. She had only seen the Capital Star Warriors Academy in videos, and now she was finally standing in front of the highest academy in China. Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue had been here before and had also been brought around by the seniors in Year 4. The two of them had already completed the procedures and only had to report to their respective students. Hence, they were naturally prepared to be Xia Yan's guides. Hey, here it comes. He's the champion student of the 16th year. A buzz of discussion rose from the pavilions set up by the school's gate. Where? Let me see. It's the three of them. Yes, that's right. They're all wearing hats so low. Aren't they keeping a low profile? Low profile, my ass. Look at these long legs of Goddess Yin. TSK. A tall and valiant boy stood up and said, Xia Yin is from our academy. I'm gonna pick her up. The tall and mighty boy leaped over the table and even knocked down a freshman who was registering to receive his card. The freshman was full of resentment and thought, don't boys have human rights? Don't boys deserve to be led by their seniors? Bastard. Han, stop right there. The gazebo was immediately filled with shouts. Han's actions had also caused another fight. Han Jiangxue from the court still needed someone to lead the way. All of a sudden, the few boys in the gazebo of the court looked at each other. The already hot weather seemed to have become even hotter. Chenjia, you have a boyfriend. Watch your table manners. I just want to help my junior. Don't pull my hand, Chi Zihua. You're from the Auxiliary Academy. Why are you snatching? Damn it, who lit up the night flame for me? I'm from the Auxiliary Academy. I'm going to pick up my brother-in-law. Jiang Xiaopi. The atmosphere in the school was getting more and more heated, and so was the atmosphere outside the school gate. The three champions had obviously attracted the attention of many people. Although they were not pointed at, there was still a lot of discussion going on. At this moment, a loud roar shocked everyone. Capital Star Warrior. I'm back again. His voice made the bustling crowd outside and inside the school fall silent. Even the crowd at the school gate seemed to have stopped moving. The boy had long, flowing hair that was purple in color. Under the sunlight, his hair was extremely eye-catching. Non-mainstream? Punk? As soon as the boy alighted from the taxi, he grabbed his school bag and yelled at the gate. Li Liang, you old bald donkey, where are you recruiting students? I'm going to enter the school gate again. Come on, kick me out again if you dare. Everyone was dumbfounded. How dare someone stand at the entrance of Capital Star Warrior University and curse? Everyone was dumbfounded, but Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue were stunned. The two of them looked at each other and heard a particularly familiar name, Li Liang. Isn't he the chief examiner of the special enrollment for the two of them? Does he have a feud with Li Liang? Does he mean that Li Liang kicked him out of the school gate? Washing, scissors, and blowing hair were seen carrying his school bag and swinging his shiny purple bangs as he strode into the main entrance of the Capital Star Warriors University. Phew! Washing Scissors Wind seemed to be a lunatic as he raised his head and took a deep breath, seemingly trying to feel the difference between the air inside and outside the school gate. What difference could there be? Both of them were outdoors, and the air was the same as it was a step away from them. However, Washing Scissors Wind seemed to have been poisoned as he seemed to be intoxicated. Li Liang, where are you? Don't hide inside and keep quiet. I know you're home. What are you yelling about? A solemn voice approached from afar, and a team of 6 people rushed over quickly. The 6 boys were tall and burly, and they were all wearing the same black school uniform. Yes, Capital Star Warrior University also had uniforms, but there was no mandatory requirement for students to wear them after entering university. Hence, very few students would wear them. The black school uniform was also very different from the usual red and white school uniform of Capital Star Warrior University. It was more like a casual suit. Clothes make the man, and the boys looked especially mighty and handsome in them. Jiang Xiao and the others watched the show secretly and vaguely heard the words Campus Law Enforcement Team from the discussion. Under normal circumstances, the so-called Campus Law Enforcement Team should be composed of personnel sent by the state. However, it seemed that the students had their own law enforcement team too. The tall boy in the lead had a tanned and stern face. Judging from the first button of his white shirt that was unbuttoned and the skin on his sleeves, Jiang Shao could tell that not only was his face tanned, but his body was also black. Hei Chung, the captain of the campus law enforcement team. He has been the captain of the law enforcement team since the second semester of year 1. Since the first year of school, he has defeated all sorts of troublemakers. He's already in year 4 this year, and no one has been able to take advantage of him. A gentle voice said from beside him. Jiang Shao turned his head to look at his side, only to see a slender and gentle-looking boy. Realizing that he had attracted the attention of the 3 champions, the boy smiled and said, "Hello, famous junior brothers and sisters." Jiang Shao was rather friendly and said, "Hello, senior. May I know your name?" The gentle-looking boy smiled and bowed slightly. Although it was a small gesture, he had the charm of an ancient person. The sun rises in the east, and I'm invincible. When I was born, the sun rose and the sky was filled with purple clouds. My surname is Dongfang. My family hoped that I would be invincible and emerge victorious, so they named me Dongfang Olding. Xia Yan's face was filled with question marks. Ahem. The gentle-looking boy coughed gently and blushed. I was a little nervous and blurted it out. I'm Dongfang Weiming. Xia Yan took off her sun hat and scratched her chestnut-colored hair before saying, "Senior Dongfang, don't be nervous. Don't tremble, you." Dongfang Weiming's smile was a little stiff as he said, "I'm from a student union, and I'm in charge of receiving and guiding the new students to register. Student Xia Yan, let me bring you to register, shall I?" Xia Yan looked at the gentle-looking Dongfang Weiming with interest before turning to look at Han Jiangxue. Pointing at her nose, she asked, "Are you sure you want to bring me along?" Dongfang Weiming nodded without hesitation and said, "I'm from the academy, so of course I have to bring the new students of our academy. I can also introduce you to the general situation of our academy." "All right." Xia Yan nodded and turned to look at the siblings. "Haven't the 2 of you completed all the paperwork? Go to the dormitory and put down your luggage first. Don't get stared at here. While the students are distracted by the law enforcement team, you 2 can go in first. We'll talk to you later." The siblings looked at each other and nodded. Xia Yan turned to look at Dongfang Weiming. She was cheerful and even a little shrewish. Of course, she wouldn't be bashful like a little girl. She tilted her head and asked, "Shall we go?" "Of course." Dongfang Weiming took the luggage that Xia Yan was dragging away in a gentlemanly manner. As a girl with an outstanding appearance, Xia Yan was used to such things and simply nodded in a friendly manner to thank him. Just as she was about to ask the law enforcement team about the situation, Dongfang Weiming asked softly, "Han Jiangxue is still single, right?" Xia Yan was dumbfounded. Chapter 377. In the gazebo of the student union by the school road, a boy suddenly slapped his forehead and said with a smile, "Aha! I remember now. Isn't this by Yi who was specially recruited last year and then kicked out by Iron Maskly? Oh, yes, yes, yes. I remember him. This kid seems to be the first student who wasn't recruited because he was too arrogant in so many years." A second-year student gloated, and it wasn't because he didn't have good results or strength. He was kicked back to his original school because he didn't respect his teachers. A student asked curiously, "Logically speaking, he should be in the same year as us, right?" After he was kicked back, he repeated for a year and came back to the Capital Star Warrior University. TSK, TSK. This kid is quite strong, huh? He actually managed to get in again. I like this junior brother. He's ambitious. He's proud and arrogant enough. What's his occupation? He's a melee fighter. He uses a machete and a flying knife. He can be close or far away. A girl silently looked at Bai Yi and sighed regretfully. He was once the god of war in our high school. He was the kind that could take on an entire team alone. It's just that he was too arrogant, so no one liked him. We've all been around his age. Who doesn't have some arrogance? It's a waste of youth if one isn't arrogant. A senior student looked at Bai Yi. When he heard the words melee fighter and god of war, his eyes lit up and he began to size Bai Yi up with interest. The girl looked at Bai Yi, who had already gotten into a conflict with the leader of the law enforcement team, Black Prime Minister, and sighed. I wonder what he's going to suffer this time. Senior Black Prime Minister doesn't give in to anyone. At this time, it was the time for students to report to school. There were many people outside and outside the school gate. All of them were geniuses and their parents. Whether it was the leader of the law enforcement team, Black Prime Minister, or the arrogant Bai Yi, they seemed to be in a difficult position. Just like what the student said just now, he was young and full of vigor. Coupled with his extremely strong strength, it was inevitable that he would be a little arrogant. However, this kid had just been kicked back by Li Liang last year, and this year he called out his name, stood at the entrance of the school, and even got into a conflict with the law enforcement team. Would he be kicked back to his original school again? Bai Yi flicked his purple bangs and revealed his arrogant side profile. He raised a finger at the Black Prime Minister. I've been waiting for a year for a chance. I want to prove myself. I don't want to prove that I'm great. I want to tell everyone that I must get back what I lost. Wow, this kid is quite handsome. Handsome my ass, who doesn't know how to memorize lines. Holy sh**t. This purple bangs. It's as if I returned to 7 or 8 years ago, watching my brother write my sister-in-law's name on his cigarette and inhale it into his lungs. Black Deputy ignored Bai Yi's lines and said directly, "Go in quietly and obediently and go through the admission procedures. Otherwise, we will deal with you according to the school rules." Hee. Bai Yi flicked his bangs. Under the sunlight, it was dazzling. What are you? Black Deputy's skin was already very dark, and now his face was even darker. His expression was extremely serious, and his voice was even more serious. Captain of the law enforcement team, Black Deputy, I'll give you one last chance. Shut your mouth and go quietly. Don't disturb the school's order. Bai Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at Black Deputy in disdain. Black Shung? Hee, captain of the law enforcement team? This position is not bad. I think I can play around with it. The members of the law enforcement team behind Black Deputy were furious. They looked at the rebellious junior in front of them with pity. One of the members could not help but say, "You want to challenge our captain? One-on-one." Bai Yi threw his school bag on the ground and took out 2 flying knives from behind his waist. He played with them in his hands. His movements were smooth and natural, and it was pleasing to the eye. What's the strength of your captain? The member of the law enforcement team could not help but whisper, "Our captain is at the pinnacle of the Star River realm." Bai Yi's hand that was playing with the flying knives paused. A few seconds later, he slowly put the flying knives back into his belt. He nodded and said, "His strength is not bad. He's a decent opponent. 1 year later, I'll go and challenge him." As he spoke, he put away the flying daggers and picked up his school bag from the ground. He lowered his head and walked past the Black Deputy like a ghost. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? Was he afraid? This bastard was afraid? What happened to his arrogance just now? He disappeared just like that? However, in the pavilion, the girl who had been secretly worried about Bai Yi was delighted. Word got by a groan. Had he finally learned to lower his head? The senior from the student union, who had long been interested in Bai Yi, had a smile of admiration on his face. Different from the disdain of the other students, he felt that Bai Yi was a good material. It seemed that after being kicked back to his original school, Bai Yi had not wasted his time. He still had his sharp edges, but he had learned to be afraid. From the looks of it, the reason why he was shouting at Li Liang was not because he wanted to challenge the teacher, but because he wanted Li Liang to see that he had returned. Just to make him look good? Black Deputy did not say anything. He looked at everyone sternly and said, "Everyone, go through the admission procedures in an orderly manner." The member of the law enforcement team clearly did not like such an arrogant junior. Seeing that Bai Yi was suddenly afraid, the member of the law enforcement team felt even more disdainful. He smiled at Bai Yi, who was passing by, and said, "Our captain will graduate in 1 year." What? You want our captain to stay back and wait for you to challenge him? Bai Yi's footsteps suddenly stopped. In an instant, everyone's eyes focused on him again. Black Deputy frowned and looked at his team member. He seemed to be a little unhappy. The member of the law enforcement team smacked his lips but did not say anything. But Bai turned around and said loudly, "One-on-one is boring. Let's fight as a team. Let's do it properly. You could go up too." Wow. Oh. There was an uproar, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. He was the captain of a law enforcement team who was at the peak of the galaxy peak in the year 4. Did he really dare to fight? Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. The captain of the law enforcement team was amused. "Seeing how arrogant you are, I'm afraid no one is willing to be your teammate, right? All the college entrance examination teams are formed by crying and begging, right?" Bai was so angry that his face turned slightly red. He pointed at the small iron gate in the distance and said, "Those two are my future teammates." Everyone turned around in shock, only to see a small group of people blocking a young couple at the small iron gate at the edge of the school gate. They were all talking about something. Everyone's gaze fell on them. The 6 seniors who were forcefully helping Han Jiangxue and Jiang Xiao to register stopped one after another, somewhat confused. "Goddess Shui, Goddess Pai," someone exclaimed out of nowhere. All of a sudden, the atmosphere inside and outside the school gate became lively. Although the 2 freshmen had just entered the highest academy in China, they were already famous all over the world. The champion of the 16th National High School League. The undisputed champion of the 16th National High School League, Han Jiangxue, and the FMVP of the finals, Jiang Xiaopi. Han Jiangxue and Jiang Xiaopi were a little dumbfounded too. The 2 of them wanted to quickly check into the dormitory, but they were targeted by their seniors. Although they had gone through the small door at the side, they were still stopped. Jiang Xiao was just thinking about how to break through the encirclement with Han Jiangxue. However, he failed to break through the small encirclement, and instead, he was targeted by everyone. Bai humped coldly and said, "These are my future teammates. What do you think?" Jiang Xiao was bewildered. "What's going on? How did I become your teammate?" Of course, Jiang Xiao knew that Bai had a dispute with the law enforcement team. Regardless of the process, he seemed to be trying to implicate others. Bai looked at the siblings from afar, but his gaze was fixed on Jiang Xiao. He said, "Jiang Xiaopi, let me introduce myself. I'm your future teammate, Bai. I really admire your performance in the finals. You're not bad. You're qualified to be my teammate. Damn it. Not only do you like to stir up trouble, but you're also afraid of getting into trouble? Not only are you afraid of getting into trouble, but you're also incompetent? Did you admire my performance in the finals? What do you mean? You're just a fan, aren't you? You seem to be trying to implicate me, aren't you? You're just a fan who made a mistake and the idol has to pay for it, right? Kid, are you trying to fool around with me?" Bai held his head high and said loudly, "What do you think? Future teammates, why don't you join me and meet them?" "What the hell? Am I crazy? I'm not related to you, and I don't even know you." Seeing that the siblings did not react, Bai couldn't help but try to provoke them. "Why? Are you scared? Don't sully the reputation of the champion. Say something, will you?" Everyone was waiting for Jiang Zhao's reply. Jiang Xiao was extremely displeased, and he almost laughed out of anger. "What did you say? Friend, are you trying to start a renaissance?" Bai asked with a look of confusion. "What?" Jiang Xiao shook his head and used his fingers to brush the air in front of his forehead. He gestured to Bai's bangs and said, "Renaissance." Bai was dumbfounded. "Puff, ha ha ha." Amidst the laughter, Bai's face turned cold, and he hollered furiously, "Are we going to fight or not? Do you dare or not? Answer me." Jiang Xiao grabbed Han Jiangxue's shoulder and walked quickly towards the school. He then turned around and yelled at Bai, "Fight. No problem. Bring your cement and gather at the entrance of the village at 5 p.m. Bai was speechless. At hashtag yen% and %yen hashtag at. Chapter 378. Haha, the little toxic healer really lives up to her name. She almost killed that arrogant kid with just 2 sentences. Bring the cement and gather at the village entrance. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Although he's my brother-in-law, he's holding my sister's shoulder. I'm so jealous. Don't try to get close to me. That's my brother-in-law, not yours. Amidst the discussions, Jiang Shao quickly led Han Jiangxue away from the place where they were in trouble. Jiang Shao was not a fool, nor was he at the age of 8th grader who could not distinguish right from wrong. You're crazy, you're arrogant, you want to prove yourself, you want to show off, then go ahead and do whatever you want, don't drag others down with you. If Jiang Shao hadn't retorted with a few jokes, the so-called champion student might really have been hung up high and suffered an unexpected calamity. The two of them turned right at the first intersection, passed by the huge library, and continued forward. After another intersection, they arrived at the school's dormitory area. The two of them walked past 2 dormitory buildings with multiple dormitories and came to a tree-lined path beside the school's wall. They stuck close to the wall, turned left, and continued forward. After walking for a long time at the edge of the dormitory area, he finally found Han Jiangxue's dormitory. Both of them were specially recruited students, so they had priority in choosing their dormitory. In fact, the dormitory for the two of them had already been arranged during the special recruitment. Han Jiangxue chose a dormitory for 2 people, which was already the one with the least number of people. If there was a single room, she might have chosen it. It wasn't that she didn't think about Xia Yin. On the one hand, Xia Yin had yet to take the college entrance examination and her results were unknown. On the other hand, Han Jiangxue had already made a lot of requests to the school, the biggest of which was to give Jiang Shao a spot in the special recruitment program. It was really difficult for Han Jiangxue to make any more requests to the school. Apartment 11 is the best apartment on campus. It only had 2 floors, and each floor had 4 independent dormitories. Each dormitory had 1 bedroom, 2 living rooms, 1 kitchen, and 2 bathrooms, with a usable area of more than 100 square meters. This kind of dormitory could be considered luxurious. Jiang Shao, on the other hand, chose a 4-person dormitory. Back in high school, he hadn't been able to find a buddy to share a cigarette with. Now, he finally had a chance. People needed to make friends. In particular, people like Jiang Shao needed to expand their connections. Jiang Shao thought that it would be just right for 4 people to share a room with 6 or 8 people to share a room with. In university life, it was not easy to make a few sincere friends. Some roommates might break up after graduation because of incompatible personalities and different ideas. To be honest, this group of children were all favored by the heavens. Not all of them were frivolous and unruly, but at the very least, each of them had their own personality. To truly get along well with each other, it really required methods and fate. Of course, from another perspective, those who could enter the Capital Star Warriors University were definitely not weak. If they got along well, they would be able to take care of each other in the future. No one could shamelessly boast that they never asked for help. Jiang Shao had an internal star map with him. In the process of growing up, he had been taken care of by many people. Han Jiangxue wanted to help Jiang Shao move into the dormitory first, but Jiang Shao wouldn't agree. He was still thinking about seeing if Han Jiangxue's roommate was good-looking. Mainly because he wanted to help Han Jiangxue make the bed. Well, as the only male in the family, he should take care of little Jiangxue when he's out. Han Jiangxue's dormitory was on the 2nd floor of apartment number 11, which was Fong Qiaonan's room on the left of the stairs. When the siblings arrived, the door of dormitory 1107 was open. The two of them walked in curiously and were greeted by a huge living room. The decorations were elegant, and the furniture looked quite expensive. There were tables, chairs, sofas, and televisions. There was also a huge fish tank placed against the wall. There were rocks and grass in the tank, but no fish. On the open balcony in the distance, there was a slender figure standing sideways to the two of them beside the exquisite glass table and chairs. The girl had her head lowered and was holding a small flower pot in her hand. She was gently pinching the fleshy leaves with her slender fingers. She had shoulder-length hair and a smooth forehead. She was wearing a red and white sportswear that made her look cheerful and energetic. Should she be a sporty type? Bright eyes, white teeth, a nose, and soft lips. That's the girl I'm talking about, right? The warm sunlight shone on the side of her face, making her look pleasing to the eye. Jiang Xiao didn't know that she wasn't wearing any makeup. As long as he couldn't tell, he would treat her as if she was barefaced. Is this Han Jiangshue's roommate? Which girl doesn't like to look good nowadays? All of them were dressed up gorgeously. Ever since Jiang Xiao entered the school, he had been dazzled by the sight of them. Amidst the flowers, the girl was dressed in a red and white sportswear similar to that of the national team, which was rather eye-catching. When the girl saw the siblings enter, she smiled brightly and said, "Hello." Han Jiangxue nodded to show her friendliness. She looked at the two bedroom doors and said, "Which one is mine?" "Oh my gosh, little Jiangxue, your social skills are terrifyingly weak." Jiang Xiao, on the other hand, was different. He walked in with a smile and said, "Hello, energetic big sister." At first, Jiang Xiao thought that she was tall and slender, but the closer he got, the more he felt that something was amiss. She was very tall and had a well-proportioned figure, which reminded Jiang Xiao of Shun Xing, the melee fighter from Kainan province. She had long arms and legs, which was a visible physical talent for melee fighters. Of course, it was impossible to say that he was not talented since he was able to get into the Star Warrior University in the capital. The most outstanding group of students in the country had gathered here. People could be seen everywhere on campus. They were all outstanding students from their respective high schools, or even their respective regions. Hearing his words, the girl smiled and placed the small basin of succulents on the small table. She then leaned against the balcony railing that was made up of white stone pillars and looked at Jiang Xiao. "Jiang Xiaopi, you know, at the last moment of the finals, you single-handedly defeated an agile and support team for number 32 high school. You gave me a great shock. I also became a fan of you that day. Come, let's take a photo together." The girl then pointed at the bedroom on the right, indicating that it belonged to Han Jiangxue. Her voice was very gentle, and she smiled slightly, revealing her white and neat teeth. Judging from her Beijing accent, she should be a local of the capital. Jiang Xiao walked over naturally. She would be little Jiangshue's roommate for the next 4 years. It was necessary to get along well with her. Yes, that's the reason. It's definitely not, because she's beautiful when she smiles. Jiang Xiao strode forward, and the girl took out her mobile phone gracefully and placed one hand on Jiang Xiao's shoulder. "Kacha." It was beautiful. Jiang Xiao took a step back and secretly sized up the gentle and generous girl in front of him, but he began to mutter to himself, "Strange, she clearly looks very tall. Why is she about the same height as me? Women are indeed liars. Is it because of her good body proportions? Classmate, what's your surname? Where do you come from? Which academy are you from?" Jiang Xiao imitated her actions and leaned against the railing of the white stone pillars. He then took off his hat, and the sunlight shone on his face. "Yeah, it's a little suntanned." Hence, Jiang Xiao put on his hat again. Wasn't she standing there pinching the succulents just now? Why didn't I feel like I was suntanned? Could it be that she's thick-skinned? TSK, TSK. I've just arrived, and I've already solved the case. Of course, the girl didn't know that Jiang Xiao was going crazy. She stretched out her hand and said, "Song Chunshi, a local. Combat Academy, melee combat class." "Oh, you're indeed a melee fighter." Looking at your physical condition, it's a pity that you're not a melee fighter. Jiang Xiao nodded. In the Combat Academy, there were shield fighters and melee fighters. In the melee fighters, there were combat fighters and assassins. The name of the class was basically the future direction of development. For example, take the students participating in the National High School League this year. Xia Yin, Wu Haoyang, and the others would probably be students in the combat class, while Yuan Qinghua and Xin Xing would probably be assigned to the assassination class. Of course, the premise was that all of them were admitted. Jiang Xiao paid some attention to these people. Wu Haoyang should have gone to the military school, and the nurses of the family should have been retained by Beijing Star Warriors. As for Qian Zhuang, Jiang Xiao really didn't pay attention to him. The best melee fighter this year, Yuan Qinghua, had been specially recruited by Shanghai Star Warriors a long time ago. In fact, most of the top high school students in this year's competition had entered Beijing Star Warriors and Shanghai Star Warriors. Jiang Xiao smiled and asked, "Since you can stay in a two-person room with my sister, you're definitely strong. Why didn't I see you participating in the National High School League?" Song Chuanxi smiled and shook her head. "I did. You just didn't notice." Jiang Xiao blinked and said, "That's impossible. She's such a beautiful girl. That's impossible. I've been very diligent and studied all my opponents thoroughly. It's impossible that I didn't see your information." Song Chuanxi exerted strength in her back and stood up with the help of the rebound of the stone pillar. She then stretched, and her slender figure was extremely pleasing to the eye. She took out a hair tie from her pocket and tied her shoulder-length hair into a ponytail. She said, "I participated and I even won second place." Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. "I'm not well educated. Don't lie to me. Isn't number 32 high school in second place? What's that melee fighter's name again? He's the one who was sent flying by me using the 10th style of Xia Clan saber technique. Great compassion and great compassion saber technique. Inmi. Yes, Inmi, wasn't that a man? How'd he change his sex in one holiday?" Song Chuanxi couldn't help but smile at the sight of Jiang Zhao's dumbfounded expression. She couldn't help but reach out to rub Jiang Zhao's buzz-cut hair like a gentle elder sister. She said, "I participated 3 years ago." Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. 3 years ago? Song Chuanxi nodded and tapped Jiang Zhao's forehead with her finger. Smiling gently, she said, "Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Song Chuanxi. I'm in year 4 this year, and I'm the head of the Melee Warfare Department of the Student Union." My goodness, this is incredible. She's a senior? Or the head of the Melee Combat Department of the Capital Star Warriors University. Wouldn't his strength start from the Milky Way realm? Did I just call her a girl? In the living room, Han Jiangxue had just taken a look around the bedroom. As soon as she walked out of the room, she happened to see the gentle and beautiful girl knocking her brother's forehead. Apex, that you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.